Proclamation of His Excellency the Governor-General. I, General the Honourable David Hurley, AC, DSC retired, Governor-General of the Commonwealth of Australia, acting under Section 5 of the Constitution, appoint Tuesday, the 26th of July 2022 at 10:30 a.m. as the day and time for the Parliament to meet at Parliament House to hold a session of the Parliament, and summon all senators and members of the House of Representatives to meet at that day, time and place. Signed and sealed with the Great Seal of Australia on the 20th of June 2022, David Hurley, Governor-General, countersigned by His Excellency's Command, Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister.
Honourable members, the Usher of the Black Rod with a message from the Deputy appointed by His Excellency the Governor-General.
Honourable members, the Deputy of His Excellency the Governor-General desires your attendance in the Senate.
Honourable members, the Honourable Stephen John Gageler AC, Justice of the High Court of Australia.
Authority to administer the oath or affirmation of allegiance to members of the House of Representatives. I, General the Honourable David Hurley, AC, DSC, retired, Governor-General of the Commonwealth of Australia, acting under Section 42 of the Constitution, authorise the Honourable Stephen John Gageler, AC, a Justice of the High Court of Australia, to administer the oath or affirmation of allegiance to members of the House of Representatives. Dated the 20th of June 2022, David Hurley, Governor-General, by His Excellency's command, Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister. I lay on the table duly endorsed writs for the election of members of the House of Representatives for all states and for the Australian Capital Territory and the Northern Territory. Will honourable members please come to the table in the order in which their names are read, so that they may make an oath or affirmation. Graindler, Anthony Norman Albanese. Corio, Richard Donald Miles. Rankin, James Edward Chalmers. Watson, Anthony Stephen Burke. Barton, Linda Jean Burney. Sydney, Tanya Joan Plibersek. Ballarat, Catherine King. Franklin, Julie Marie Collins. Hindmarsh, Mark Christopher Butler. McMahon, Christopher Isles Guy Bowen. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
I do.
Honourable members making an affirmation. Do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law?
I do.
Kingston, Amanda Louise Rishworth. Maribyrnong, William Richard Shorten. Isaacs, Mark Alfred Dreyfus. Greenway, Michelle Ann Rowland. Gorton, Brendan Patrick O'Connor. Blaxland, Jason Dean Clare. Hotham, Claire Ellen O'Neill. Brand, Madeline King. Chifley, Edem Nuruddin Husi. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law? Lily Annika Wells. Whitlam Stephen Patrick Jones. Burt Matthew James Keogh. Scullen Andrew James Giles. Shortland Patrick Martin Conroy. Cowan Anne Arley. Eden Monero Christy Louise McBain. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law?
I do.
Dixon Peter Craig Dutton. Maranoa David Kelly Littleproud. Farrer Susan Lee. Hume Angus James Taylor. Bradfield Paul William Fletcher. Barara Julian Martin Lisa. McPherson Karen Leslie Andrews. Wannon Daniel Thomas Tehan. Canning Andrew William Hasty. New England. Honourable members, please take the Bible in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Deacon Michael Sven Suker. Aston Alan Edward Tudge. Page Kevin John Hogan. Fairfax Edward Lynham O'Brien. Latrobe Jason Wood. Calare Andrew Robert G. Fadden Stuart Roland Robert. Riverina Michael Francis McCormick. Petrie Luke Ronald Howarth. Moncrief Angie Marion Bell. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law? That didn't work. Gellibrand Timothy Graham Watts. Kingsford Smith Matthew James Thistlethwaite. Cooper Geraldine Mary Carney. Richmond Maria Justine Elliott. Dobell Emma Margaret McBride. Fenner Andrew Keith Lee. Perth Patrick Possum Gorman. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law?
I do.
Capricornia Michelle Leanne Landry. Cowper Patrick John Conahan. Herbert Philip Thompson. Malley Anne Elizabeth Webster. Forrest Nola Bethwen Marino. O'Connor Richard James Wilson. Lindsay Melissa Iris McIntosh. Barker Anthony Passon. Braddon Gavin Bruce Pearce. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God.
I do, so help me God.
Patterson, Merrill Jane Swanson. Hasluck, Tanya Natalie Lawrence. Robertson, Gordon James Reid. Gilmore, Fiona Yvonne Phillips. Higgins, Michelle Ananda Raja. Bennelong, Jerome Alexander Alan Laxell. Reid, Sally Situ. Chisholm, Karina Mary Lindsay Garland. Lingiari, Marion Rose Scrimger. Tangney, Bon Chen Lin. Boothby, Louise Jane Miller Frost. Hunter, Daniel Peter Rapicoli. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God.
So help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law.
I do.
Leichhardt, Warren Ench. Bonner, Ross Xavier Vasta. Mitchell, Alexander George Hawke. Banks, David Bernard Coleman. Casey, Aaron Anthony Violi. Longman, Terry James Young. Bowman, Henry John Pike. Menzies, Keith Wallahan. Flinders, Zoe Ann Mackenzie. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law? Morton, Graham Douglas Perrott. Macquarie, Susan Ray Templeman. McEwen, Robert George Mitchell. Fremantle, Joshua Hamilton Wilson. Lawler, Joanne Ryan. Newcastle, Sharon Catherine Claydon. McNamara, Joshua Solomon Burns. Bean, David Philip Benedict Smith. Swan, Zanita Felice Antoinetta Mascarenas. Jagga, Kate Lynn Thwaites. Parramatta, Andrew Henry George Charlton. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law?
I do.
Ford, Albertus Johannes van Manen. Flynn, Colin Ina Boyce. Wright, Scott Andrew Buchholz. Monash, Russell Evan Broadbent. Dawson, Andrew John Wilcox. Wide Bay, Llewellyn Stephen O'Brien. Groom, Garth Russell Hamilton. Moore, Ian Reginald Goodenough. Hughes, Jennifer Leslie Ware. Fisher, Andrew Bruce Wallace. Sturt, James William Stevens. Bass, Bridget Kathleen Archer. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Werriwa, Anne-Marie Stanley. MacArthur, Michael Randolph Freelander. Wills, Peter Halil. Macon, Antonio Zappia. Pearce, Tracy Gardner Roberts. Bruce, Julian Christopher Hill. Canberra, Alicia Emma Payne. Blair, Shane Kenneth Newman. Bendigo, Lisa Marie Chesters. Hawke, Samuel Thomas Ray. Holt, Cassandra Juanita Fernando. Adelaide, Stephen Georgianis. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
So help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law?
I do.
Durack, Melissa Lee Price. Gray, Rowan Eric Ramsey. Hinkler, Keith John Pitt. Parkes, Mark McLean Coulton. Lyne, David Arthur Gillespie. Gippsland, Darren Jeffrey Chester. Nichols, Samuel James Birrell. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law?
I do.
Dunkley, Peter Jan Murphy. Cunningham, Alison Joy Burns. Fraser, Daniel Molino. Oxley, Dugald Milton Dick. Lyons, Brian Keith Mitchell. Corangamite, Elizabeth Ann Coker. Spence, Matthew Paul Burnell. Solomon, Luke John Gosling. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law?
I do.
Griffith, Max Chandler Mather. Ryan, Elizabeth Watson Brown. Melbourne, Adam Paul Bant. Brisbane, Stephen James Bates. Indi, Helen Mary Haynes. Clark, Andrew Damien Wilkie. Mayo, Rebecca Karina Shea Sharkey. Kennedy, Robert Carl Catter. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God? Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law?
I do.
I do.
Curtin, Catherine Ella Cheney. McKellar, Sophie Anna Scomps. Fowler, Dai Trang Lee. Kooyong, Monique Marie Ryan. Wentworth, Allegra May Spender. Goldstein, Zoe Daniel. North Sydney, Kylea Jane Tink. Warringah, Zali Stegel. Honourable members, please take the Holy Book in your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Honourable members making an affirmation, do each of you solemnly and sincerely affirm and declare that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law?
I do.
The next business of the House is the election of a Speaker. Is there a nomination? The member for Macquarie.
Madam Clerk, I move that the member for Oxley, Milton Dick, take the chair of this House as Speaker of the Parliament. I arrived in this place at the same time as the member for Oxley in 2016. Our friendship was not hindered by the fact that we come from different states, we come from different parts of the Labor Party, and we represent very different constituencies. In fact, our differences have helped. My respect and affection for the member for Oxley is based on what I have come to know of him in those 6 years. He is a generous soul, an attribute very welcome in this place, and would stand him in good place from that chair. He is thoughtful, reasonable and listens carefully, all essential Speaker skills. He speaks with care, with warmth and with authority. What many in this place may not know is his prodigious memory for numbers, particularly political numbers. And in fact, he knows percentages in my seat better than I do. Admittedly, they were at times very small numbers to recall. But that will also stand him in good stead if he were elected Speaker of this place. One thing we have in common is a commitment to educating school students in our democracy, a commitment shared by a previous Speaker, the former member for Casey. And what better role to do that from than the Speaker's chair? I know the member for Oxley would bring to the role of Speaker an ability to make the Parliament a more welcome and diverse place to visit and experience. From the start of his time here, he showed a deep interest in the rules of this place. I recall the odd misstep in his early years that saw him ejected from this place, but he learned from those experiences and has worked tirelessly to improve the tone of this place. Not only has he been a member of the Speaker's panel, but as Deputy Chair of the Procedures Committee for 6 years, he's helped rewrite and recommend changes to the standing orders alongside the member for Bonner. Similarly, the member for Oxley has been a member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for all of that time, continuing a deep commitment to maintaining the integrity of democratic institutions and domestic democratic institutions, which he pursued long before arriving in Canberra. While he's been well able to engage in vigorous debate in this chamber, I know from my discussions the deep commitment he has to improving the tone, temperament and tenor of this place. I hope that all of us in this House will be willing to join him on a journey that he would lead us on as the Speaker of the 33rd Parliament. Oh, I think I'm getting my numbers wrong there, Milton. As the 33rd Speaker of the Parliament, you can see why I need him for the numbers. Respect is never just given, it's earned, and I already see the respect with which the member for Oxley's contributions from the floor have been received, and I have no doubt that he would earn this House's respect in his role as Speaker. So it is with great honour that I nominate the member for Oxley, Milton Dick, to be the Speaker of the Parliament.
Yeah. Is the motion seconded? The member for Bendigo.
Thank you. It is my privilege to second the nomination of my good friend, the member for Oxley, for the role of Speaker. I have known the member for Oxley for almost 25 years. Yes, we were members of Young Labor. Back then I was loud, ranting and protesting, as the left usually does, and the member for Oxley was calm, considered and focused. Some may say what's changed. The member for Oxley is still calm, considered and focused on solutions. The member for Oxley has the skills and the attributes required to be the role of Speaker. He is committed to listening to different colleagues for the best possible outcome. No doubt something that he learnt from his late parents. His father, Alan, who served in the Navy in World War II and then after owned a small business, and his mum, Joan, a caring nurse and midwife who taught their 3 children service before others. Members of his family are gathered here today in the gallery, 5 strong women, sister and cousins who are more like sisters. And I am told he's the glue that keeps everyone connected. Everyone in this place who knows the member for Oxley knows this to be true. If you've worked with him on a committee or a delegation, you would know that he is inclusive and reaches out across the party spectrum to find common ground or just catch up for a cup of coffee. The member for Oxley has the experience for the role of Speaker. Before his time in this place, he was a Brisbane City Councillor, do not hold that against him, for 8 years, before becoming the member for Oxley, which he has proudly served for 6. He has served on the Speaker's panel and various committees with distinction and a work ethic that he will bring to the role of Speaker. The member for Oxley embodies what it means to be a member of the House of Representatives. He is a grassroots, hard-working local MP. He is a trade unionist. When he is in his electorate, you will find him at a mobile office, a workplace, a local community, faith or multicultural event. The Oxley electorate is a diverse community of around 50,000 people born overseas. Anyone who follows his socials know how important multiculturalism is to him, and he's not afraid to don on the culturally appropriate clothing for any occasion if asked. During the Queensland floods and the recovery, he was there for his community, assisting on the ground with the recovery effort and clean-up. And it is hard to find a Facebook post of the member for Oxley where he's not covered in head to toe in mud. The member for Oxley is an organiser, appointed to the very important role of secretary of the Wazza Thursday night dinner. Colleagues, I can assure you his ability to coordinate, accommodate and manage the many who attended that dinner puts the member for Oxley in good stead for this role. He was not afraid to sit anyone down who spoke for too long at these dinners or eject anyone who was being unparliamentary. He will be a great speaker in the traditions of this place. The member for Oxley will serve the parliament in a manner that we and the Australian people will all be proud of. I proudly second the motion.
Does the member for Kennedy wish to speak on this motion?
I'd like to speak in favour of.
Member for Kennedy.
Speaking in favour of Milton Dick, obviously I came out of Queensland politics, where we ruled happily for 30 or 40 years until we were knocked off, and he was one of the people responsible for it, so it's a bit of a turnaround me supporting him here today. Bill Hayden said, if you want a future in politics, and the previous speakers made comment about this, if you want a future in politics, look forward to 10,000 fates worse than death. He ran the ALP in Queensland, and a lot of people would disagree with that. Probably Milton would disagree with that. He ran the ALP in Queensland and I think played a major part in them holding on to office for most of the time since we've had a Lighton government in 1990, when the ALPA government fell in 1990. The only bigger part played in that, of course, was the incompetence of the LNP, but I don't want to bring up politics.
Surely you wouldn't do that.
But I would like to mention, like all of the old families in Queensland, of which my family's one, all the people that go way back, they'll come from Gympie or mostly from Charters Towers, because we're a gold rush country. Our population came here during the gold rushes, and they were the two great gold rush cities, outside of Ballarat and Bendigo, of course. But I would like to comment upon this if the House would give me permission, because it's a story that so many other families here would share. My great-great-grandmother, his great-great-grandmother, a widow, arrived in Charters Towers around 1880. That's been a bit of one-upmanship, because my mob arrived in 1881. I think he's been a bit sneaky there. From Scotland, looking for gold, with her 5 children and my great-grandfather, Joseph Allen, who married Miss Georgina Goff. My best mate is a Goff from Charters Towers. So we're one of those towns which remains the same. The Allens lived, they attended Richmond Hill State School. My great-grandmother's family, the Goffs, built the Excelsior Hotel and the theatre in Charters Towers, and it's still standing there today. The business people in Charters Towers, namely the Goffs, the Ariders, my family, they backed and threw all of their weight behind the fledgling Labor movement. Cynics would say, well, the more money in the workers' pocket, the more money in my shop. But I don't think that's a fair comment. And so I greatly pay tribute to the history of his family as a great Australian contributing family, not only in business but also in what needed to be done, where over 100 people died in 2 mining accidents in the electorate I represent, 72 at Mount Mulligan and 23 in Charters Towers. And to stand up for those people, business people to stand up for those people, was a wonderful thing. And Milton has carried on that tradition. And he has carried on that tradition, and I end on this note, that it was announced that Mount Isa was going to close, with it the fertiliser plant, and this nation would lose about $6 billion a year in income. It was an official announcement. It was closing. Now, the 2 people responsible for not closing, and I'm not going to go into the details of it, were Milton Dick and Tony McGrady, is a great enemy of mine, and I'm a great enemy of his. But I approached those 2 people, and they did the job, and that $6,000 million a year was rescued for our nation, and 2,000 jobs in Townsville and 2,000 jobs in Mount Isa were rescued as well. So I pay him a very fine tribute, and I want to put that on public record. Very few people in this place will ever achieve what those 2 gentlemen achieved in that historic battle. The price of copper has gone up 300%. We're out of trouble now. Thank you very much. I take very great pleasure in supporting Milton for this position.
Does the member for Oxley accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Is there any further proposal?
I move that the honourable member for Fisher do take the chair of this House as Speaker. It is an absolute privilege to speak in favour of my fellow Queenslander and friend, the member for Fisher. The member for Fisher was originally from Victoria. He was born in Melbourne, but like many, he made the right decision to move to Queensland, where he and Leonie have raised their daughters. And he worked tirelessly with the community to make sure that they were very well supported. Now, having visited his electorate many times, I've seen firsthand how very well regarded he is by a broad cross-section of the community. And I've been delighted to be able to work with him to secure additional funding from the proceeds of crime for the Daniel Morcombe Foundation on the Sunshine Coast. Now, he's been a big supporter and an advocate for Bruce and Denise Morcombe, and they continue to work diligently to ensure children are safer in Australia. The member for Fisher is an incredible example of a broadly experienced parliamentarian. He was a carpenter and a joiner builder before becoming a barrister. And of course, he's a husband, a father, and he did all of that prior to becoming the elected representative for Fisher. He is exactly the sort of person who makes our parliament richer with the experience he brings to it. In his maiden speech, the member for Fisher made reference to the kind of society that he believes in, and which I'm sure members of all political persuasions would relate to and agree with, when he stated, and I quote, "It is testament to our Australian egalitarian way of life that a once carpenter and the son of a motor mechanic and fabric importer can come to serve the community in this place. In Australia, there are no class structures. There are no hereditary entitlements to sit in this place. There are business people, farmers, bankers, tradesmen, unionists and labourers, among many others, who are privileged to take their seats in this chamber. I would urge the new members of parliament, particularly those new independent members on the crossbench, to consider his experience as a previous Speaker of the House. This is, in a sense, the very first test of your independence. You don't have to vote for the government. You can make your own decision. You can consider the candidates on their merits. Now, having done the job admirably, the member for Fisher is clearly the best qualified candidate. Having done the job, he's very well placed to deliver the kind of impartial guidance that the House needs going forward. Consider also his years of service across multiple parliamentary committees, including as Chair of the House Standing Committee on Infrastructure, Transport and Cities, Chair of the House Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services, Chair of the Defence Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. Now, finally, in nominating the member for Fisher in November last year, my colleague, the member for Berowra, made a number of observations, including that the member for Fisher is very much his own person and that he is a deep thinker and a true parliamentarian. And I agree. He is a thoroughly decent individual and exactly the sort of person who epitomises the qualities of a true respectful and observant Speaker in the traditional mould. He served the last parliament with grace and fairness. If we are to make this 47th parliament more productive and collegiate, surely we should be electing the best person for the job in this vital role. It is with great pleasure that I nominate the member for Fisher to take the chair of this House as Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Ford.
I'm honoured today and delighted to second the nomination for the speakership for the member for Fisher to continue to serve in this House in the role of Speaker. Following the retirement from the Speaker's chair by the member for Casey in November last year, the member for Fisher has served as Speaker for the remainder of the 46th Parliament with dignity and respect. The working relationship between the parliamentary office holders and the Speaker is quite unique in this place. And as Chief Government Whip throughout the 46th Parliament, I had the privilege of working closely with the member for Fisher during his time as Speaker. In order to ensure the smooth running of any given sitting day, communication and working with the Speaker's office is paramount, and we always enjoyed a very close working relationship. I know the work that the member for Fisher puts into the role is second to none and can attest to his incredible knowledge and passion for our nation's parliamentary processes. This has been demonstrated time and again during his decision-making process while in the chair, and I've always found them to be clear, concise and rational. When he took on the role of Speaker, the member for Fisher was conscious of the need for the chair to be an independent and fair voice within the chamber. And I believe he has gone above and beyond the expectations placed on him, and that for the member for Fisher should be very proud of the job that he did in the 46th Parliament. The member executed his responsibilities fairly and constructively, acting with tremendous reverence for the traditions and processes of our parliamentary system. Through thinking through the problems as they arose rationally and calmly, the member for Fisher was fastidious in his approach to the role, utilising his extensive knowledge gained through 2 years of service on the Speaker's panel prior to his appointment as Speaker. His time on the panel allowed the member for Fisher to develop a comprehensive knowledge of the standing orders, which he demonstrated time and again as Speaker. A person of the highest calibre, the member for Fisher is conducting himself in a manner befitting the office through a continued period of disruption brought on by the pandemic. And taking up this mantle from the member for Casey was no easy task, as we all readily acknowledge. The ability of our parliament to operate, irrespective of the conditions faced by the nation, was continuously challenged with our presiding officers responsible for implementing the measures which would allow this to happen in an appropriate manner. The member for Fisher was up to the challenge and performed admirably, serving the parliament with distinction. With the presiding officers once again being called upon to manage the operation of parliament through a period of strain and uncertainty, I can think of no better person to entrust in this pivotal role for our democracy than the member for Fisher. For many people who know the member for Fisher, these attributes will come as no surprise. Prior to taking on the role of Speaker, the member gained the necessary experience and qualifications by successfully undertaking roles in various committees right across this parliament. As a fellow Queenslander, I can first-hand attest to the manner in which the member for Fisher takes care of his electorate and advocates for his local communities in this place. The people of Fisher have a tremendous advocate in their local member, and I hope this place can continue to benefit from his judgment as chair. The 47th Parliament will come together during a pivotal time for our country. The challenges are many, both foreign and domestic. It is imperative that the Speaker who oversees the business of the House during this time takes on the role with impartiality, embodying the rich tradition of the office and this place. I know the member will continue to serve the Parliament and people of Australia well and judiciously and conscientiously as he did throughout the 46th term. As a man of great conviction, I am proud to call him a friend and colleague. And as the member for Moncrieff so eloquently put it in endorsing the member for Fisher's initial nomination during the last parliament, he is simply a great bloke. It's with immense pleasure that I second this nomination for the member for Fisher to the office of chair.
Does the member for Fisher accept the nomination? Is there any further proposal? The time for proposals has expired. The bells will be rung and in accordance with Standing Order 11, a ballot taken. doors will not be locked. Ballot papers will now be distributed. Will honourable members please write on the ballot paper the name of the candidate for whom they wish to vote. The candidates are Mr Dick and Mr Wallace. result of the ballot is Mr Dick 92 votes and Mr Wallace 56 votes. Mr Dick is declared elected as Speaker.
I wish to express my grateful thanks for the high honour the House has been pleased to confer upon me. And I call the Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, congratulations. The fact that you have received such an overwhelming majority is a credit to your standing in this place. It's a credit to your standing professionally, but it's also a credit to who you are, your integrity as a human being. I was very pleased when I heard that you were interested in running for the position of Speaker, because I believe that this House needs to be treated with respect. This is a debating chamber by definition, and it's one in which we should have open, free and frank discussion, but do it in a courteous way wherever possible. It's one in which ideas are exchanged in the interests of the people who send us here, and we should always remember that. You are someone who has always conducted yourself with extraordinary propriety and conducted yourself in a way in which you engage with people across the chamber, across our caucus, across the crossbenches. I note the very fine words by the member for Kennedy in support of your nomination. Shows, I think, with the result of the ballot as well, that you've been able to already show, even some new members, that you will be someone who brings great dignity to the office. To the former Speaker, I thank you for your speakership. It was very difficult following on from the former member for Casey, who's in the chamber here today, who I believe was an absolutely outstanding speaker and conducted himself with incredible dignity in what was often a very difficult time, particularly during the pandemic as well, where the rules in terms of the way that this parliament conducts itself were set aside on a bipartisan basis just so that we could continue to function as a liberal democracy, which is so important. To you, Mr Speaker, I am absolutely convinced that you will be outstanding as well. There's no doubt that you're someone who's honest, you're someone who has been a friend of mine for some period of time now, and you're someone as well who has been a wise counsel to myself as leader of the opposition in my former position. I thank you for the support that you gave me to hold that high office and have that great honour of leading the Australian Labor Party, and throughout what was a difficult last term, provide counsel as part of the group of people who would engage across the caucus and be a bit of a sounding board for people. One of the things I've noticed about you is that people will come to you for assistance and guidance, and that's something that a Speaker needs to do. The office needs to be open for any member of parliament. There are, I forget how many new members there are here, 35 new members here. Thank you, Mr Speaker, already showing your capacity. For me, Mr Speaker, 76 was the only number I was focused on. And we got 77. I thank the member for Gilmore for that. But going forward, new members in particular, you know, I encourage them. When I got here, being a dork of parliamentary and political processes, I actually read the standing orders before I got here, read House of Reps practice. The rule book does matter in terms of getting things done. It's not just a matter of being pedantic. I know that from time to time there have even been criticisms passed in this place that people are too concerned about parliamentary processes. That's how rules are made. That's how, indeed, that is how laws are made in this country, and it is important that this parliament operate in a way that brings pride to people. In many countries of the world, people stand in front of tanks to try to get the right to vote. In Ukraine at the moment, the people of Ukraine are standing up against an autocratic regime which is engaged in a brutal and illegal invasion. They are standing up for democracy in Ukraine. For us here in this parliament, we should be very proud that we had an election on May 21 and we had the swearing in of a new government at 9 a.m. on the Monday morning. And I was able to represent Australia at the Quad Leaders meeting with the Foreign Minister. That brings credit to our system as a whole, that you can have a seamless, orderly transition of power in a democratic country. That's important. It's important that we respect, though, the fact that we didn't elect just one party. We elected a range of people to this House and to the Senate, and those views need to be able to be heard, and heard in a way which produces better outcomes. And your role is to ensure that that happens as well in an orderly way. So I congratulate you very much, Mr Speaker. I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to your rulings and deliberations being absolutely fair and correct, as I'm sure they will be. It's a great honour to be Speaker of the House of Representatives. Well done.
Thank the Prime Minister. And I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Opposition, I extend to you very sincere congratulations. And, of course, it wasn't difficult. You're a fellow Broncos supporter. So, as a Queenslander, it's great to see you in the chair. I want to pay tribute to the member for Fisher for his time in the chair. He was following in the footsteps of a giant in this place, the member for Casey, who I acknowledge in the chamber here today. The member for Fisher was able to conduct himself in an equally honourable manner. He is a person who, like the Prime Minister and many others who hold the traditions of this chamber close to their heart, he was able to exercise his rulings and his practice in this chamber on that basis. I want to, Mr Speaker, say to you that there are many people who know you well, and I am very pleased to have seen you in action in your own electorate in the recent Queensland floods, where I visited as the then Minister for Defence with some of the troops who were helping on the ground, and the empathy that you demonstrated toward your constituents, the respect with which they responded to you, the engagement when we went into the community centre. It was obvious that on the ground you had a great deal of kudos, and that is a great credit to you, and I know that you will bring those qualities into this job also. It is an incredibly important role that you take up as the 32nd Speaker in this 47th Parliament, and I pay tribute to your predecessors, as I say, but the standard now has been set by the member for Casey, and we expect big things of you. The first Labor Speaker, Charles McDonald, was chosen in this House of Representatives. Bob, you weren't here then. I know you interject like you were, and it was touch and go, but 1910 you were not here. Mr Speaker, Speaker McDonald said, and I quote, "I intend to act with absolute fairness to all parties and trust that I shall perform the duties appertaining to my office and recognise the responsibilities attached to it in a way which will do credit to the chamber, to the parliament and to Australia." And I know that you will follow in That spirit, as you take this high office, on behalf of the Coalition, I extend to you congratulations and every success in this role.
I call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, congratulations. I've known you since we met in Young Labor in our early 20s in the early 1990s, and it's a great honour for you to now be in this role. I want to thank the member for Fisher. People often don't know, in the lead-up to Parliament sitting, before we've elected a Speaker, the previous Speaker continues to hold the office, and a lot of arrangements and a lot of work has gone into today being organised. And as the presiding officer, the member for Fisher has been responsible for that. And I want to, on behalf of the government as well, just express thanks for the way that that was done. I also want to thank the member for Casey, or the former member for Casey, sorry, who put you on the Speaker's panel. And it was possibly a difficult thing to put you on the Speaker's panel, and I should confess to the Parliament that was my fault. There are photographs circulating on social media of you turning up in the chamber, Mr Speaker, with toy Muppet dolls. And you were thrown out of Parliament for that, and it was entirely my idea that you do that, and you were chosen on the basis that at that point you were the only member of the caucus who had not yet been thrown out. So while it was disorder on the basis that you, to that point for an opposition, had been too respectful of the system. I want to wish you well. You've done a great job on the Speaker's panel, but importantly, this job doesn't end when the Parliament adjourns. There is a lot, particularly with respect to the Raising the Standard report from Kate Jenkins. There is a lot that will be required to be done in terms of here as a workplace where the role of the presiding officers is going to be critical. One of your great skills, which has caused you to be supported by so many members today, is you are someone who brings people together. You are someone who reaches out to people, and when people have had their toughest days, it's often a phone call from you that comes. And I think that augurs well in terms of the role, not simply in presiding over the debate, but in managing this building as a workplace. I wish you well.
Thank the Leader. I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you and congratulations, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister, the Leader of the House and the Leader of the Opposition in extending congratulations to you, and certainly on behalf of the opposition, the Liberal and National parties, we warmly congratulate you. We acknowledge your experience and aptitude for the role. You've been in the Parliament since 2016. You've served on the Speaker's panel, and I know from my discussions with you that you have a clear understanding of the importance of the role and the significance of the responsibilities that you now hold. I do want to, as other speakers have done, acknowledge former Speakers Smith and Wallace, who have set, I think, a very high bar. While we're acknowledging people, I'd also like to acknowledge the member for McEwen, who served the last Parliament as Second Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, this is a very important position that you've been elected to, and I know you are very cognisant of the need to deal with all members of this chamber with fairness and impartiality, following the high standards set by previous speakers. The opposition looks to you confidently to uphold these values and the responsibility that comes with the position to engage with all members, government, opposition, crossbench, and work with them constructively and professionally. Certainly our commitment to you, Mr Speaker, is that we will work with you professionally and respectfully. We'll, of course, always put our position clearly and make our case strongly, but we will always respect the fundamental importance of the role of the Speaker. Yours is a role which is vital to this institution, this embodiment of our democracy, the Parliament of Australia. And ultimately, as the Prime Minister and others have mentioned, community confidence in our system of government depends very heavily on what happens in this place and very much in the way that the Speaker operates. So the opposition warmly congratulates you, wishes you the very best as you discharge your heavy responsibilities, and we pledge to work with you in that objective, as with others in this House, of maintaining community confidence in our system of government.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business. I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Greens, can I also extend my congratulations to you on your election to this critical role, and also join in thanking, on behalf of the Greens, the service of former speakers. Mr Speaker, it's customary for speakers when they enter the chamber and take the roll to nod to the right and nod to the left, but perhaps in this parliament more than any other so far, there's also going to be a case for looking down the middle. We've just come from an election where, roughly speaking, a third of the country voted for the government, a third voted for the opposition and a third voted for other voices. And you see that represented in part here on the crossbench. And I think in part that was a reflection of a desire, probably across the political spectrum, from people for not only a higher standard of debate in this place, but also for the capacity for the ability to debate issues that previously hadn't been put on the agenda. And I trust that there are also matters that are important to the whole parliament as we go forwards. And on behalf of the Greens, again, congratulations, and we wish you well, and you have our support in this role.
I thank the Leader of the Greens. I seek the indulgence of the House to respond to the gracious remarks made by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition and other members of the House. I start by thanking the House for the enormous privilege in taking this office. Today, becoming the 32nd Speaker of the House and following my friend, the member for Fisher, and a former Speaker in the chamber today, Tony Smith, is a day that they know I'll never forget. Speakers are supposed to be dragged to the chair due to fear. It's a tradition I understand, and I'm feeling quite a bit of fear right now. But when you were dragged to the chair by people of the calibre of the members for Macquarie and the members for Bendigo, two of the strongest women I've met in my life, fear is the last thing I think of when I think of them. The member for Macquarie is a woman of warmth, strength, resilience and integrity, and particularly today the strength she's shown for nominating me here today. The member for Bendigo is a warrior, fiercely loyal, always protesting and always standing up for what she believes in. And I don't just thank them for nominating me today with their words, I thank them for their friendship, kindness and belief in me. I have many friends in this place, literally all over the chamber. Some might say too many on the left, some might say too many on the right. I want to recognise people like the member for Bonner, who was an old family friend, the members for Capricornia and the members for Wright, and alongside my old mate, the member for Treasurer, the Minister for Aged Care and the member for Blair, with the Leader of the Opposition, it's a Queensland unity ticket. Well, at least for 3 nights of the year when the Origin is on. Sorry, PM. But to the Prime Minister, thank you for your friendship and support. The Prime Minister has never wavered in his belief in this House and its power to make the lives of ordinary Australians better. These are the values I know that every member of the House will strive to uphold. This morning, I learned something that we both share in common. Our late mums both believed in good manners. To the Leader of the Opposition and the Manager of Opposition Business, I congratulate you on your new roles. You have my respect, and I know you will give it your best, and I wish you well. To the Deputy Prime Minister, through good and bad, you've stood there always encouraging me. I value your counsel and friendship. And to the Leader of the House, I met you around 30 years ago, that's correct, and I always knew you would be a leader in this place, though I never thought I'd be sitting in this place, let alone in this high office. Your encouragement and belief in me to enter this House in 2016 is something I will cherish and never forget, but don't expect an easy ride. To the member for Kennedy, I appreciate your very kind words and acknowledgement of our hometown connection. I look forward, I think, to your robust contributions to this House. But at a time like today, it is a time for reflection, and reflection on my own life and my own family, and I reflect on my great-grandparents. They came with nothing but their faith and their belief in their children succeeding if they got a fair go. Back in the 1860s from Scotland, Joseph Park Allen's descendants, my great-grandfather, are in the chamber today. My sister and some of my cousins, all strong, fearless women. In his memoir, J.P. Allen talks about leaving Scotland to come to Australia, and he says, "Needless to say, we're all very excited having at last made a start for this wonderful country we had heard so much about." And when he arrived in Queensland, he reflected on his experience, saying, "I've often wondered since how we stood such a severe test. Two lads, just 10 and 12, just fresh from a cold climate, dumped into the hottest part of North Queensland summer and to travel through the mountain ranges and dense scrub from Port Douglas to Charters Towers. They often say they breed them tough in Queensland, and that's my background. And unfortunately, my brother cannot be here today as his obligations are with another house, more specifically the Queensland budget estimate process, which he is loving at the moment. I'm enormously proud of him, but even prouder of my sister Susan in the gallery, a teacher for over 34 years and someone who passionately believes in the transformational nature of education. But that's my story, and we all have a story about why we are here and what we want to achieve. But this chamber should be a place of ideas and energy, and I want to allow debate to flow with the very best ideas to be exchanged in a respectful manner. It's probably fair to say every speaker has said these words of some way or another over the years. But the difference is the people of Australia have sent a very clear message on how they expect politics to be conducted. They want something different. And I'm keen to work with every member to see that change, but I need every member to commit to that change to make it work. And I also want to improve on civics education and awareness in this country. Every school across the country should be able to participate in a Schools and Parliament program, and I want to help make sure that this parliament is more inclusive and open to Australians of all walks of life. And of course, one of the most pressing matters before this parliament is making sure that this place and building is a safe workplace, and every person who works here feels safe and is safe. In the last parliament, we saw the Jenkins Review highlight the ways that this building has failed to keep its occupants safe. However, it also presented a roadmap to ensure that we protect the people that we are responsible for. I take my responsibilities as a presiding officer in implementing the recommendations of this report very seriously. And I look forward to working with the Senate President and the incoming Deputy Speaker and all members to address this and other matters. I want to welcome the 35 new members of this House. As you know, you're only one of about 1,200 people ever been elected. One bit of advice: cherish every moment, make every day count. To the crossbench, I'm looking forward to working with you. No member of this House is simply red, blue, green, or a mixture of blue and green. Some of you belong to parties, some of you are independent. But to me, as Speaker, you are all members of the House of Representatives, elected by your constituents to represent their interests. My message to every member in this place is simple: my door is open. I've indicated I'll be stepping away and not attending ALP caucus meetings, an important step that is befitting of my role and the importance of impartiality in this chair. In conclusion, I briefly thank many for assisting me to becoming Speaker. To the utterly professional staff in the department, including clerks and table officers, I thank you and I look forward to working with you. To my many friends and family that can't be here, and to my wonderful electorate staff who have been such a support for me for many years, I thank you for your service to myself and to the people of Oxley. To my dearest and oldest friends, the Ministers for Communication and Social Services, you've literally been by my side my whole life, and I can't wait to give you a hard time. Honourable members, we are also privileged to be elected to this chamber. I resolve to do everything I can to fairly and uphold the standing orders. I want to make sure your voice is heard loudly, clearly and at all times fairly, with respect being shown through you to the people who have elected you without fear or favour. I thank the House. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I have ascertained that it will be His Excellency the Governor-General's pleasure to receive you, Mr Speaker, in the Members' Hall immediately after the resumption of the sitting at 2:40 p.m.
Prior to my presentation to His Excellency this afternoon, the bells will ring for 5 minutes so that the honourable members may attend the chamber and accompany me to the Members' Hall. The sitting is suspended until 2:40 p.m.
The Speaker.
I shall be glad if honourable members will accompany me when I present myself to His Excellency the Governor-General.
Pass the motion.
Possible. Order. Members, if you could take your seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have to report that, accompanied by honourable members, I proceeded to the Members' Hall and presented myself to His Excellency the Governor-General as the choice of the House as its Speaker, and that His Excellency was kind enough to congratulate me. His Excellency also presented to me an authority to administer to members the oath of affirmation or allegiance. I now lay the authority on the table. Members, we'll pause proceedings at this moment while the Governor-General assembles in the other chamber and senators arrive.
Mr. Speaker, the Usher of the Black Rod with a message from His Excellency the Governor-General.
Admit the Usher of the Black Rod.
Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the Governor-General desires the attendance of honourable members in the Senate.
I shall be glad if honourable members will accompany me to the Senate chamber.
Better world.
Order. If members can take their seats. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
We're just doing the formal bill. Ministry first. Thanks, Mr Speaker. I have the honour to inform the House that following the election held on the 21st of May 2022, the Governor-General commissioned me to form a government. Ministers and assistant ministers were appointed on 1 June 2022. For the information of honourable members, I present a list of the full ministry. The document lists all ministers and assistant ministers and the offices they hold. It shows those ministers who comprise the Cabinet and provides details of representation arrangements in each chamber. I understand the document will be included in the votes and proceedings and Hansard.
The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I would also like to inform the House that the honourable member for Lawler has been appointed Chief Government Whip and that the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean have been appointed Government Whips.
I thank the Prime Minister. I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr Speaker, I have the honour to inform the House that the Liberal Party of Australia has elected me as its leader and the honourable member for Farrer as deputy leader. The honourable member for Ford has been appointed Chief Opposition Whip and the honourable members for Durack and Grey as Opposition Whips. I understand that a full list of my shadow ministry will be included in Hansard.
And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And on indulgence, can I congratulate you, not on a personal level, but also on behalf of the Nationals. Truly a great honour in which you have been bestowed. I have great honour to inform the House that the Nationals have elected me as leader. The honourable member for Parkes has been appointed the Nationals Chief Whip and the honourable member for Nichols as the Nationals Whip.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I have the honour to inform the House that the Greens have elected me as leader.
And I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Customs Amendment Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Call the Prime Minister.
I move that the second reading be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the House this day attended His Excellency the Governor-General in the Senate chamber, where His Excellency was pleased to make a speech to both Houses of Parliament. I've received a copy of the speech which will be incorporated in Hansard for record purposes. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And I move that a committee consisting of Ms Situ, Ms Mascarenhas and the mover be appointed to prepare an address in reply to the speech delivered by His Excellency the Governor-General to both Houses of the Parliament, and that the committee report at a later hour this day.
I put the question. All those in favour say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it will suit the convenience of the House to have the sittings suspended until 5 p.m. I will resume the chair at that time.
Honourable members, the Speaker.
The next business is the election of the Deputy Speaker and second Deputy Speaker. Is there a nomination? I call the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm incredibly proud to move that Sharon Claydon be elected as Deputy Speaker of this House. Sharon Claydon, the member for Newcastle, is everything anyone could ask for in a parliamentarian. She's also everything anyone could ask for in a colleague and in a friend. At a time when calls for doing politics differently rebound across our country, and when restoring the public's trust in democracy and government feels like an urgent first-order priority, the member for Newcastle represents the standard that we should all aspire to. She embodies the qualities that are required to not just preside over, but to enhance proceedings in this chamber. And she has the experience, commitment and work ethic to play an important role in ensuring that we bring in the reforms necessary to address the cultural problems that we know exist across this institution. Sharon Claydon was first elected to represent the people of Newcastle in 2013. Anyone who knows her knows that she has a deep and abiding love for and commitment to service of her community. Importantly, she approaches this service with a lived understanding of the history of her community, a sophisticated approach to the challenges that it faces, and an infectious optimism for its future. Perhaps some of this comes from her previous profession as an anthropologist, which is not a profession, of course, that immediately springs to mind when you think of a federal parliamentarian, but is just one of the things that sets Sharon apart from the crowd. But I know that much of it comes from being prepared to do the hard work of listening to the voices of people from across the political, socio-economic and cultural spectrum. To her commitment to always seek a solution that promotes equality and fairness. For her valuing of the experts and the people with lived experience. And because she is inevitably the person who puts up a hand to deliver the solution, not just be part of talking about it. The member for Newcastle has also been a servant of this parliament since the day she was elected. She joined the Speaker's panel in March 2015, and I am told that that was the first opportunity that she could do so. And she has, everyone in this place will agree with me, been a respected occupant of the Speaker's chair as part of that panel ever since. I will admit that today I was quite surprised to find out that she doesn't have a completely unblemished record of behaviour in the chamber. But apparently she was 94A'd by Speaker Bishop. Yeah, to be fair to the member for Newcastle, as I understand it, that happened basically to every Labor member of that parliament at least once. Sharon Claydon has served on more parliamentary committees than most of us have had hot dinners. Wait for this. The Joint Statutory Committee for Public Works, the Joint Standing Committee for Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, the Joint Standing Committee for the Parliamentary Library, the Joint Select Committee for the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse, the Joint Select Committee for the Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, of which she was also Deputy Chair, the Joint Select Committee for Parliamentary Standards, the House Standing Committee for Appropriations and Administration, the House of Representatives Standing Committee for Publications, the House Standing Committee for Social Policy and Legal Affairs, of which she was also the Deputy Chair, and which I served on with her last term, and can personally attest to her prodigious work ethic, her smart and empathetic questioning of witnesses, and her respectful and collegiate approach to working with the Chair, who showed the same approach, and members of the committee to produce reports which has much bipartisan content as possible. Not finish the list. The House Standing Committee for Indigenous Affairs, the House Standing Committee for Indigenous Affairs twice, apparently, and the House Select Committee for Social Media and Online Safety. Have I missed any, Sharon? It makes me tired just reading out that list. She is a true parliamentarian and a servant of her community and this parliament. Sharon Clayton is smart and she is decent. And because she is genuinely respectful of others and is genuinely great company, she is both liked and respected across the political divide. I am incredibly proud that she asked me to nominate her as the Deputy Speaker, and I ask that the House support that nomination.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, it's a privilege to second this motion to nominate the member for Newcastle and to endorse and echo the sentiments of the member for Dunkley. I was fortunate that at the start of the last parliament I got to sit next to the member for Newcastle in the chamber. And given it was the start of my time in Parliament and as a former journalist, I very much took the view that there were no stupid questions when it came to trying to work out what was going on in this place. It's a mark of the member for Newcastle's fundamental decency and patience that she answered all of these questions and she didn't request a seat transfer, at least as far as I know. It also became clear how deep her understanding is of the workings of this place, as well as her respect for it as a democratic institution. Her understanding is drawn from her experience in this place as a member of the Speaker's panel, as Deputy Chair of numerous parliamentary committees. Her respect encompasses an awareness that this will only be an enduring democratic institution if we as a parliament meet the best of community expectations. I know she will bring this respect to her work from the Speaker's chair. And I cannot think of anyone more appropriate to drive the work that's been set out in Kate Jenkins' Set the Standards report to improve the culture here and ensure that this is a safer workplace for women, to make sure that as a parliament we don't miss this moment to set the high standards and to follow through on them. The member for Newcastle has already demonstrated her capability in this regard by driving change within the Labor Party and putting in place standards, policies and procedures that we never had before. The member for Newcastle is incredibly diligent. Many evenings, when others of us here are socialising and debriefing from the day, she's in her office finalising one of those many committee reports or following up on an issue on behalf of people who have asked for her help. She consistently works on behalf of people who have not historically been heard in this place. First Nations people, women, the people whose lives were devastated by institutional violence, to name just a few. Her community know her as a fierce advocate for their interests. She is a trusted colleague and I know respected by many in this place. And when she can be dragged away from her work, the member for Newcastle is excellent company and a lot of fun. Mr Speaker, there could be no finer choice on character, on capacity, on qualifications and on experience.
Is there any further proposal? And I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I congratulate you on your recent elevation. I rise to nominate the member for Moore for the position of Deputy Speaker. The member for Moore has been elected for a fourth term and brings considerable experience to the role, having served as a member of the Speaker's panel for 8 years. He has a good knowledge of parliamentary procedure and the standing orders, having been a member of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Procedure whilst I was chair. During his service on the Speaker's panel, the member for Moore earned regard by both houses of the Parliament for his impartiality. He is quietly spoken, yet effective in his role of facilitating the parliamentary proceedings in a very calm and orderly manner. As Speaker Smith once said, debate can be robust, but it doesn't have to be loud. And I have no hesitation in recommending my good friend, the member for Moore, for the position of Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate you on your elevation today. Mr Speaker, when it comes to the member for Moore, he isn't just good enough, he's the best. He is the best. And I am delighted to second the nomination of the member for Moore as our Deputy Speaker of this chamber. The member for Moore is a first-generation migrant, arriving in Australia at the age of only 9. And he made his own way through school as a trainee accountant, through business and finally as an elected official here in this parliament as the member for Moore, elected now for his 4th term. I share the views of the member for Bonner, saying that he is well respected on both sides of the parliament. And indeed, he has been on the Speaker's panel for 8 years. Now, unlike we just found out the other candidate in this race, I think his record is unblemished. Actually, I'd go one step further. I would go so far as to say the member for Moore is probably the least likely person in this chamber to be booted out. Can I also share with the House the importance placed by the member for Moore on the procedures and standing orders of this place? Indeed, it was in the member for Moore's maiden speech, in his first opening remarks, he congratulated the then new Speaker and went on to say that he plans to serve on that Speaker's panel, and serve he did. And I think it would be a great honour to be the Deputy Speaker, one that he would do a wonderful job at. And can I reflect also on the Prime Minister's expressed desire for a more gentle, kinder, more courteous parliament, and say that, well, now we have our chance. Now we have our chance in the member for Moore, somebody who lives and breathes those virtues when he's in the chair and outside. And I would love to think that at the start of this parliament, as a great mark of unity, we could all swing in behind the candidacy of the member for Moore and give the Speaker a deputy, the House a deputy, and show the nation what a true, gentle, quietly spoken, yet a lion in defence of the standing orders are all about, and that resides in the member for Moore. I commend him to you, not just over there but behind me, but also to those who are new to the House. The member for Moore is not just good enough, he's the best. Thank you.
I thank the member. Order. Are there any further proposals? The time for proposals has expired. The bells will ring, and in accordance with Standing Order 11, a ballot taken. Ballot papers will now be distributed. I remind honourable members that this ballot is for the election of Deputy Speaker. Will honourable members please write on the ballot paper the name of the candidate for whom they wish to vote. The candidate who has the greater number of votes shall be the Deputy Speaker, and the candidate who has the lesser number of votes shall be the second Deputy Speaker. The candidates are, in alphabetical order, Sharon Claydon and Ian Goodenough. Order. The result of the ballots is 85 votes Sharon Clayton, 57 votes Ian Goodenough. Sharon Clayton is elected Deputy Speaker and Ian Goodenough shall be the second Deputy Speaker. And I give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate the Deputy Speaker, the member for Newcastle, on her election, and the second Deputy Speaker, the member for Moore, on his election to such high office. The member for Newcastle has been a mate of mine for a very long period of time, and the member for Newcastle is an outstanding local member who has presided over a local community that has gone through a really difficult transition. It's a community that have seen, when the BHP Steelworks closed, a view from some that somehow this would be a region in decline. The opposite has, of course, occurred. It is a cosmopolitan, vibrant community with a really diverse economy that's continuing to grow, and there's enormous opportunities for it. The Port of Newcastle that I visited with the member just last year is the heartland of the economy in the Hunter Valley, a very large port with extraordinary opportunity to grow in the future as we see new industries growing there as well. There's also incredible opportunity for that region to take advantage of the government's commitment to build things here through advanced manufacturing. I've seen coal trains, for example, that had to be redone with the member for Newcastle because they weren't fit for purpose. We should be making those things there in Newcastle, and that's something that I'm sure the member for Newcastle will be working on. She's someone who has an extensive period of commitment in committee processes, but I want to in particular single out the work that the member for Newcastle has done both within the Labor Party but importantly within the parliament about gender equity and about making the parliament a safer place. The last parliament issues were raised that needed to be dealt with. The member for Newcastle was diligent, was committed, was principled. She's someone who engaged right across the parliament to make sure that out of those processes we had unanimous recommendations in this parliament that were then adopted and that need to be implemented. It's an example of the sort of work that Sharon Clayton is noted for in her local community, but also respected for in this place. And I congratulate the member for Newcastle, who is a very worthy Deputy Speaker indeed.
And I give a call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister in his words of congratulations to the member for Newcastle. Comes to this parliament with the breadth of experience in a number of industries and has been a really passionate local, fifth-generation local, and believes very much in her people and in the trials and tribulations that they've been through that the Prime Minister made reference to. She has been there providing support and leadership to them, and those qualities will serve her well in this role, and I wish her, on behalf of the opposition, all the very best. Of course, it would have been a much better outcome had my good friend, member for Moore, been elected and prevailed in this ballot, but that was not to be the case. Hard to imagine a more decent or honourable person than the member for Moore. He's a first-generation migrant to our country, came here as a 9-year-old in 1984, has an incredible story, has a small business background, has a great deal of passion for his electorate and is widely respected in Western Australia, and I'm very proud to call him a friend, and he will make a fine contribution, as we've already seen when he's occupied this chair. He has a very soft, quiet demeanour, but is an incredibly decent person, as I say, and brings not just a calmness but a command to the time that he occupies the chair. So I wish both the Deputy and the second Deputy Speaker all the very best in their respective roles.
And I call the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I want to join with the remarks of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in congratulating the member for Newcastle and the member for Moore on their election. The member for Newcastle I see whenever I come to Parliament and wherever I go at a music festival, where the member for Newcastle not only represents what has become a cosmopolitan and wonderful electorate, but also the home of the Screaming Jets. In the member for Moore is liked around the chamber and respected, and I wish him well in the role. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the outgoing Deputy Speaker and Second Deputy Speaker. The Second Deputy Speaker, the member for McEwen, who'd held that role for a long time and is very well regarded and rather around here, over there, well regarded and respected. And similarly, the member for Wide Bay, who I can say I supported in the role because I nominated him in that one as well, and certainly served well in the role. I think when you look at the issues that are going to have to be dealt with, in particular the response to the Setting the Standard report, Mr Speaker, the member for Newcastle in particular is going to be able to play an extremely important role on behalf of the Parliament.
I thank the member, and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I join with the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the House in extending congratulations to the newly elected Deputy Speaker and to the Second Deputy Speaker, the member for Newcastle, of course, here since 2013, so significant parliamentary experience on the Speaker's panel since 2015 and a strong demonstrated interest in parliamentary issues. I can say that she's certainly very well respected on this side of the chamber for her proven practice of being very diligent in her committee work, and I'm sure she'll bring that same approach to her work as Deputy Speaker. To the Second Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your appointment. I know that the member for Moore will do a tremendous job, again drawing on extensive experience, 8 years on the Speaker's panel, member of the Parliament since 2013. Successful business career before coming into the Parliament, an immigrant to Australia from Singapore, a passionate Liberal and a passionate West Australian, and all of those are perspectives that he will bring to this role. These are important roles in supporting the operation of the chamber and the operation of this Parliament, and I also want to acknowledge the service of the member for Wide Bay as the former Deputy Speaker and the member for McEwen as the former Second Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the Opposition, join with the Leader of the Opposition in congratulating both the newly elected Deputy Speaker and the newly elected Second Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, I present a chart showing the proposed program of sittings for the remainder of 2022. Copies of the program have been placed on the table, and I ask leave of the House to move that the program be agreed to.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
The Leader of the House.
I thank the House. I move that the program of sittings be agreed to.
The question is, and I'll put the question, all those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Oh. I put the motion. I haven't given you the call, and the motion has been put and carried. And I call the Leader of the House.
What do we want? A little alarm clock for?
Mr Speaker, to establish the remaining committees, they all need to be done by individual resolution. There are 15, I think, altogether. This is not the committees that are established by statute. I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the proposed amendments to the standing orders in relation to House committees.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Thank you.
the
I
Leader
move
of
the
House.
motion relating to the proposed amendments to the standing orders in relation to House committees in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber, and advise members these are not general standing orders changes. We'll be debating those tomorrow morning. They'll appear on the notice paper then. These are simply the committees that are described in the standing orders to be able to be changed so that they can start being filled.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I can advise the House that broadly, with one or two issues that we wish to identify, broadly the opposition is in support of these changes to standing committees, and we have certainly been working with the government and with the crossbench on these changes, and one of the consequences of them is to provide some greater roles for the crossbench in the committee process. I do want to note two specific issues, one of which is that the standing committee, that there is no longer to be any reference to cities in the title of the Standing Committee on Infrastructure. So the disappearance of cities from the title of this committee and indeed from the minister's title. And it does raise the question of the level of commitment of this government to the cities agenda. Our government had a very strong agenda when it came to cities, but we seem to be moving away from a commitment to cities policy. So I do note that. We no longer have a minister for cities. We no longer seem to have a committee that has any investigation in relation to cities. So the opposition does note that with concern. What we also note with concern, Mr Speaker, is that two committees have been abolished, and one of those is the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. Now, that's pretty significant, Mr Speaker. Our government had a very strong commitment to Northern Australia, and this government has failed to re-establish the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia. That is a matter of concern to this government, to the Liberal Party and to the National Party, and I believe that the Leader of the Nationals wishes to speak about that.
I thank the member.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I find it.
I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Sorry, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I find it quite extraordinary that one of the first acts of this new government in this parliament is to abolish the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia, disenfranchising 1.3 million Australians. Their voice to this parliament is being removed through a committee, a bipartisan committee that was about the growth of Northern Australia, where we have an investment pipeline on the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, an extra $2 billion, taking it to a $7 billion investment pipeline because there is investment confidence in Northern Australia. But the investment signals that this government today takes away from Northern Australia is that they aren't interested in them anymore. Shame. Every Australian should have the opportunity to have their voice heard in this parliament through important committee work, in their important committee work. And this government that trumpeted that they would govern for every Australian has now turned their back on 1.3 million Australians. But more importantly, they have turned their back on over 200,000 First Nations people who have the opportunity to develop their country, to develop Northern Australia, to take Northern Australia to a level we have not seen before. So I say to those opposite, you have to govern for every Australian, and the opportunity not just for Northern Australia but for this great country is in the north, and you should remember that and you should engage that in a constructive way. Thank you.
The question. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Just on right of reply, Mr Speaker, just to draw, in taking the issues that have just been raised into account, if I can draw members' attention to the fact that the regional Australian issues are still able to be dealt with through the appropriate committee. The Northern Australian Committee for the last parliament only dealt with First Nations issues, and as the members are aware, there are negotiations happening with the Senate right now in setting up a specific First Nations joint committee that will be able to deal with all of those issues.
I'll put the question. All those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Australian Commission for Law Enforcement Integrity in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is, and I'll put the question, all of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House, Mr Speaker, to move a motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
The Leader of the House.
I thank the House. I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
I'll put the question. All those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights.
Call the Manager of Opposition
Leave is
Business.
granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
Thank the Manager of Opposition Business. I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Motion relating to the power. Oh, sorry. Can I get the call?
Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber, and in doing so just advise the House that I did ask if I could move all these as one job lot, and apparently it doesn't work that way. So sorry we're going through this.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on electoral matters.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on electoral matters in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on foreign affairs, defence and trade.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
Did we put that one?
You've got to move it.
Sorry, that was
Foreign Affairs. This is Foreign Affairs.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on foreign affairs, defence and trade in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on implementation of the National Redress Scheme.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on implementation of the National Redress Scheme in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on migration.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on migration in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The call to the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the national capital and external territories.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the national capital and external territories in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those with opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the Parliamentary Library.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on the Parliamentary Library in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on trade and investment growth.
I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on trade and investment growth in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on treaties.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint standing committee on treaties in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion relating to the appointment of a joint select committee on parliamentary standards.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
I call the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the appointment of a joint select committee on parliamentary standards in the terms as circulated to honourable members in the chamber.
The question is the motion be agreed to. All of those that are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. We got there in the end. I give the call to the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House record its deep regret at the death on the 8th of July 2022 of the Honourable Mr. Abe Shinzo, former Prime Minister of Japan. Place on record its acknowledgement of his significant contribution to regional and global affairs and to the Australia-Japan partnership, and tender its profound sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Mr. Speaker, our shock at the death of Abe Shinzo was acute, and I welcome today the Ambassador and his wife and our friends from the Japanese Embassy here in Canberra. It is especially poignant to share our grief here in the very chamber where he addressed us only a handful of years ago. I attended the Embassy of Japan with Ambassador Yamagami just in the days after Mr. Abe's assassination with the Minister for Foreign Affairs to sign the Book of Condolence on behalf of the Australian Parliament and on behalf of the Australian people. As I said the morning after Mr. Abe's assassination, it is hard to believe that we are talking about him in the past tense. On that terrible day, Japan lost a true patriot and true leader, and Australia lost a true friend and ally. Indeed, the friendship that Mr. Abe gave Australia was warm in sentiment and profound in consequence. His commitment to furthering relations between our two nations saw him come to Australia no fewer than 5 times as Prime Minister. Mr. Abe was instrumental in delivering several historical developments between Japan and Australia, Among them, we can count the ratification of the Japan-Australia Economic Partnership Agreement, which created new opportunities for Australian businesses in Japan. He was an unflagging champion for the comprehensive and progressive agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He elevated our bilateral relationship to a special strategic partnership. Under his long-standing advocacy for closer links between our two nations, we have also increased defence cooperation, including through the recently signed Reciprocal Access Agreement. Mr Abe understood instinctively that our two nations shared values of democracy and human rights and our common interest in bolstering the global rules-based order. As befits a true statesman, his vision rose above the often self-defeating brevity of the modern political cycle, and because of that, he was able to make a lasting difference. Not least was his vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific, which has had a profound effect on regional and global security, and his role in forming the Quad. In a world of change and unpredictability, Mr Abe was a reassuring figure of certainty. Our friendship with Japan is one of the central elements of Australia's international relations. There is warmth at the heart of our friendship. There is respect and there is trust. Mr Abe embodied them all. The friendship between our two nations is all the more remarkable when we consider the terrible enmity it grew out of. Mr Abe was very much conscious of that. Standing here, he spoke about the horrors of the Second World War and conveyed his condolences towards those who lost their lives and to the many left to carry the scars in body and mind. But he also gave his thanks for the slow, warm dawning of friendship and the country that had made the improbable possible. He stated, and I quote, "My great and wholehearted gratitude for the spirit of tolerance and for the friendship that Australia has shown to Japan. We will never forget your open-minded spirit nor the past history between us." 4 years later, in 2018, he was the first Japanese leader to visit Darwin and to lay a memorial wreath while he was there. He was certainly not destined to be Prime Minister in easy times, but he faced challenges with resolve. It is a bleak paradox that someone of such courage and strength of character could be taken away with an act of such utter cowardice. I say again to our friends in Japan, the precious democracy that you have built is stronger than this. The values that we share and that hold our societies together are stronger than this. A hand raised in violence can never be allowed to overpower what so many hands have built in peace. And this low act of cruelty cannot be allowed to overshadow a life that was lived with such high purpose. To Mr Abe's family and to his loving wife, Abe Akiya, I extend the sincerest condolences of the Australian people. To the broader Japanese family, your Australian friends share in your great sorrow. Yet even in sadness, we must also celebrate his life. It was a life of such consequence. Mr Abe changed things for the better in Japan, in our region and indeed around the world, and that by any measure is a life well lived. May he rest in peace.
And give a call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I join with the fine words of the Prime Minister today to honour a nation builder and a builder of relationships between nations, the late Abe Shinzo, former Prime Minister of Japan. Extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency the Ambassador Yamagami Shingo and his wife, and also the staff from the Embassy. Mr Abe was the first Japanese Prime Minister born after the Second World War, and yet it was the shadow of war and the weight of history which would define his life's work. He was a man who understood the consequences of conflict and was unwavering in his commitment to peace. On his appointment to leadership in 2006, his first and brief term as Prime Minister, Mr Abe spoke about his vision for Japan his desire to create a beautiful country which was open to the world, in his words. At a time when Japan was struggling to shake off its lost decades of low growth from the early 1990s until the first decade of this century, Mr Abe believed Japan must not become disconnected from the world and the world disconnected from Japan. It was in his second and renowned term as leader between 2012 and 2020 which made him Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister. We now honour Mr Abe as a leader of conviction, a patriot who uttered his beliefs with courage, and a politician who had the will and the skill to implement his domestic and foreign policy agenda. His economic, social and structural reforms, Abenomics as they have become known, injected much-needed energy and growth into Japan's economy, which had been hit by years of deflation. GDP and private investment went up, unemployment dropped and record numbers of women were in work. Today, Abenomics stands alongside Reaganomics and Thatcherism as economic approaches of significance. Mr Abe is now part of the pantheon of world leaders whose policies, due to their success, carry their creator's name. As Mr Abe steered his country into a new period of vitality, of opportunity and compassion, as he had always hoped to do, international outreach neither escaped his attention nor did Australia. Indeed, both were in his blood. He would follow in the footsteps of his grandfather, Japanese Prime Minister Busuke Keishi, who, with Australian Prime Minister Robert Menzies and Trade Minister John McEwen, brought to fruition the Australia-Japan Commerce Agreement of 1957. If that trade agreement normalised bilateral relations, gave rise to friendship and engendered new prosperity for both our nations in the post-war years, then it was Mr Abe and Prime Minister Tony Abbott's signing of the Japan-Australia Economic Partnership in 2014 which signalled the evolution of the relationship into a truly special strategic partnership. It is hard to think of another family, besides the Royal House of Windsor perhaps, that has had such a profound influence on Australia's development as a nation. Importantly, the Free Trade Agreement, which Mr Abe finalised with Australia, was the first Japan concluded with a major developed economy, one that, as Prime Minister Abbott noted, took rare courage to challenge entrenched ideas, and one that no doubt instilled confidence in Mr Abe to be a flag-bearer for free trade and the champion of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The most vivid characterisation of our bilateral relationship came from Mr Abe himself during his historic visit in 2014. In his address to this parliament on the 8th of July, he said, and I quote, "Japan and Australia have deepened our economic ties. We will now join up in a scrum, just like in rugby, to nurture our regional and the world order and to safeguard peace." That same year, negotiations commenced on the Reciprocal Access Agreement to allow our military forces to operate in each other's country, an agreement brought to fruition under the former Morrison government. Just like his grandfather, Mr Abe valued history, but he was not a prisoner of the past. He sought to transform Japan's role in the world through constitutional recognition of its armed forces. His motivation stemmed not from a desire to rewrite history or to dismiss past horrors and injustices, rather because he appreciated more than most the increasing threats in the region and their implications. Mr Abe's prescience and pragmatism was on display in his address to the Parliament of India in August of 2007. There he delivered his famous Confluence of the Two Seas speech, now considered to be one of the most pivotal for the region's development. Not only did he reconceptualise the region, a broader Asia that had come about from the dynamic coupling of seas of freedom and of prosperity, but he spoke of an arc of freedom and prosperity in which Japan and India's coming together would engender wider partnerships with the United States and our own country. Ahead of his time, Mr Abe was the author of the concept and characterisation of a free and open Indo-Pacific and the architect of the Quad. But it wouldn't be until 10 years later that he could give substance to the Quad, evidence of his persistence. Testimony to his character and influence, Mr Abe's standing grew both in Japan and internationally following his retirement from high office. With growing tensions in the region, he became more outspoken about threats to Japan and peace in the region, especially the prospect of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Such warnings were neither the voice of catastrophism nor chest beating from a man in post-political life. They were the considered views of a seasoned statesman who had earlier said, "We have great responsibility to take the lessons of history deeply into our hearts, to carve out a better future, and to make all possible efforts for the peace and prosperity of Asia and the world. Whether as a nation builder or builder of relationships between nations, Mr Abe's legacy will never be forgotten and will be felt throughout the world for generations to come. Visionary statesman, pragmatic leader, conviction politician, Mr Abe is an example for all elected to office and all who desire to enter public life. Acknowledge the fact that former Prime Minister Morrison and his wife Jenny today have met with the Prime Minister and his wife in Tokyo to convey their condolences for this tragic loss. As a Leader of the Opposition and on behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to the people of Japan, to Mr Abe's colleagues in the LDP, and especially to his dear family and friends. May he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory for Abe Shinzo, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Call the Leader of the House.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All of those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Speaker.
Call the Leader of the House.
I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for further debate.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move that the resumption of debate on the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Abe Shinzo be referred to the Federation Chamber.
Put the question. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. First speeches are about to start, and noting the time, someone's speech will be interrupted by the automatic adjournment at 7:30. So to avoid that, but we'll still adjourn once the first speeches are done with, I'd ask leave of the House to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House for this sitting.
Call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Leave is granted.
Call the Leader of the House.
Thank you. I move that Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, be suspended for this sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, be suspended for this sitting. I put the question. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the committee appointed, I present the address in reply to the speech of His Excellency the Governor-General.
Call the clerk. Let's wait.
May it please Your Excellency, we, the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Australia, in Parliament assembled, express our loyalty to the Sovereign and thank Your Excellency for the speech which you have been pleased to address to Parliament.
We give the call to the member for Reid.
I move that the address be agreed to. This month is a special month for my family. My parents celebrate 40 years of being Australian citizens. There is a beautiful serendipity about today, that I am now standing in this chamber as a Member of Parliament on the 40th anniversary of my parents' Australian citizenship. This moment here is surreal in the best way possible, that one could dare to dream this big, for this was an improbable candidacy. Being elected into our federal parliament is a big deal, but it's an even bigger deal for my parents. They fled their homeland, fearful of what might happen to them because of who they were and the values they held. Even after arriving here, they continued to carry that fear, not wanting to talk about politics, not wanting to share their views. And here they are in the public gallery watching their daughter speak in our federal parliament. So you can imagine what this means for them, how much they've come to embrace the best of this country, our freedoms to speak out, to hold a faith, to build the life we want, and our responsibilities to those around us so that we may all prosper together. I marvel at how much has changed for my family in just one generation. And that is the power of the Australian story. Because stories like mine are only possible in countries like Australia. I am the daughter of migrants, a proud Chinese Lao Australian. I grew up in Cabramatta in southwest Sydney. I am the product of good public education. And now I'm the federal member for Reid. Yeah. I stand here on the land of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and I represent an area that is the land of the Wongal people. Australia is home to the oldest continuing culture in the world, the significance of which should never be diminished. The culture of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders has endured for more than 65,000 years in all its richness and diversity. They were our first scientists, philosophers, teachers, bakers. They nurtured this land. We ought to celebrate the culture of Australia's First Nations people, acknowledge their rightful place as the traditional and first custodians of this land. We ought to enshrine their voice in our Constitution, and I want to be part of a parliament that does this. Yeah. For the sake of future generations, we must do more than pay our respects to their elders past, present and future. We ought to learn from them, continue their care of country and ensure their culture remains the oldest living culture in the world. First Nations people have gifted us a tradition of custodianship, the idea that we are all here in service of others and we must leave this country better than when we found it. When I acknowledge country, I'm reminded that I am but a small addition to a long and continuing history. I am a custodian for the present so that future generations may also care for this country. I stand here as the member for Reid and I want to acknowledge the members who came before. My predecessor, Dr. Fiona Martin, an advocate for improving mental health support. Thank you to former members John Murphy and Mary Eason for generously sharing their wisdom with me. To the people of Reid, thank you for trusting me to be your representative. This is a community I love. It's a wonderful microcosm of multicultural Sydney, imbued with the customs of migrants from around the world. They too enriched us with cultures and traditions that make our community stronger. I stand in this institution as their representative, aware of the weight of responsibility, because it is in this institution where decisions are made that have a profound impact on people's lives. I know this not as an intellectual exercise. I know this because decisions made here have recharted the course of my family's story and the stories of so many Australians. In 1977, then Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser developed Australia's first comprehensive refugee policy. He may have been in a different political party to me, but on this I believe he was on the right side of history. He welcomed refugees fleeing Indochina following the Vietnam War, and 1 year later, in 1978, he welcomed my parents. My family is of Chinese heritage, but my parents were born and raised in Laos. They fled their homeland and were incredibly lucky Australia gave them refuge. When my parents came here, they had limited formal education and spoke very little English. They worked hard in factories where they were able to find secure work with good conditions. They gave my brother and me the work and education opportunities they never had, and my family was able to thrive here. I went on to have the most incredible career, working in international development in the Asia-Pacific and then in international education. As I reflect on my family's story, a story shared by so many Australians, I also need to reflect on the journey we as a country have travelled to get to this point, because it wasn't an easy journey. Charting through the decisions that have shaped our country, it's important to remember that for much of our history, the path on which we walked on was not towards multiculturalism, but towards white Australia policy. It was a path that said there was no place in this country for people like me. It was a path that denied our First Nations people their identity, land and kin. Those decisions were made based on fear and a failure of imagination. But we were able to fulfil the potential and promise of Australia when leaders in this place were not driven by fear, but by hope and compassion. They looked around and saw what was and imagined what could be. They imagined a country not weakened by diversity, but strengthened by it. In more recent history, when it looked like fear might again overtake imagination, Prime Minister Bob Hawke said in this place, "One of the great and rare distinctions of Australian political leadership in the last generation has been its bipartisan rejection of race as a factor in immigration policy. This has been a triumph of compassion over prejudice, of reason over fear, and of statesmanship over politics. It was an appeal to turn to the better angels of our nature, and turn we did. In just over half a century, we have moved from an embrace of a white Australia policy to a country that is now a majority migrant nation. But what is more remarkable is how this news was received, not with backlash, but with a genuine embrace of modern Australia. And there is no better display of that than in our federal parliament. As I look around the House today, it feels like finally it is starting to live up to its name, a House made up of people who truly reflect and represent the communities in which they live. I believe it was important I put my hand up to stand for Reid, a thriving, multicultural and multi-faith community, because as audacious as this dream was to run for our federal parliament, it has never been more important for someone like me to dream it. I grew up watching Home and Away and Neighbours, but I also grew up with a slight unease, not sure of who I was, not sure if I'd gone to the right schools, and acutely aware of the postcode I grew up in, not sure of my place in this country. That's why I think it's important to have someone like me in our federal parliament, not for diversity's sake, but because representatives that embody all of the Australian story make our parliament better and our democracy stronger. I speak about my family's story because it is core to who I am. It's what shaped me and the values I want to bring to our parliament. It also connects me to my community. The men on the factory floor in Silverwater, they remind me of my dad, who worked in an automotive factory for 35 years. Religious leaders who fled their homelands because of persecution. Their stories remind me of my own family fleeing their homeland. Parents who talk to me about wanting to give their kids good quality education. It's the same desire I have for my son and the same desire my parents had for me. When I encounter racism and prejudice, I know firsthand how it corrodes our community and holds Australia back from being the best country we can be. And this is a message I want to share with all young Australians. You are not defined by your postcode, the school you went to, or where your parents came from. In this country, you are defined by the content of your character and what you want to do for others, where the potential and promise of this nation is only limited by our imagination. On May 21 this year, we faced another key turning point in our nation's history. Do we continue on with another decade of inaction on climate change, or do we imagine a better future for our kids? It was, again, an appeal to turn to the better angels of our nature, and turn we did. We chose care for country and future generations over fear. In the 6 short years my son has been alive, he has experienced the consequences of climate change. Events described as once in a generation, experienced in just a few short years. He has now lived through the 2019-2020 New South Wales bushfire season, a once-in-a-generation event. This year he lived through a once-in-a-generation rain and flooding event, and now heat waves breaking records across Europe, all once-in-a-generation events. Surely we can no longer look at the situation before us and believe this is okay. Surely we cannot say to my son and his generation that what we are doing to address climate change is enough. Surely it is time to be audacious dreamers and imagine a better way. It is time for us all to learn from our continent's First Nations people and take on roles as custodians of country. The policies and decisions and values of governments matter. The decisions made today matter for our generation, my son's generation, and generations to come. Good governments change lives. I know because they changed mine. Former Prime Minister Paul Keating said, "Education provided the keys to the kingdom because it unlocks opportunities for all." I was fortunate enough to have teachers who not only guided me through my academic life, they also taught me about life outside the classroom. Teachers like Craig Cantor, who volunteered to take 6 Year 8 kids camping. It was the first time I'd pitched a tent and slept under the stars, and I loved it. My history teacher, Frank Federico, taught me that progress, while not always linear or guaranteed, was possible if there were enough brave people willing to stand up for what's right. I didn't just get an academic education, I got an education in life, and that is the power of education. But we have lost sight of that in our current education system. We have failed to value our teachers. After 2.5 years of COVID, our teachers are exhausted, and yet we've never asked more of them. We need to radically overhaul the administrative burden we place on our teachers. They should have more time doing what they love, teaching. We need to value them and finally pay them what they are worth. Sometimes we have even failed to provide our students with the most basic infrastructure. There is a school in my electorate where the toilets are so terrible, students elect to drink less water to avoid going. There is a community in my electorate who have waited so long for a promised high school, their kids are now at university. Our concept of education too needs an update. It doesn't start in kindergarten. We should instead think about education as starting from birth. Our early childhood educators are as vital to educating our kids as our primary and high school teachers and university lecturers are. We have allowed our university and TAFE sectors to languish, and worse still, the previous government actively undermined tertiary education. They oversaw the most amount of job losses the sector has ever seen. Estimates of around 12,000 jobs lost in the higher education sector because of the pandemic. And the sad irony is that it was our university researchers we relied on to help us manage the pandemic. Epidemiologists, virologists, public health experts. But it's not just applied research that matters. We also need research in our arts, mathematics and basic science to be valued, because they provide the essential foundations for all future applications. If we can get this right, there is a kingdom that awaits us all, one made up of highly skilled and fulfilling jobs, an economy that is productive and makes the most of our talents, and where imagination is valued. My parents were laser-focused on ensuring my brother and I had a good education. They had to be, because their life in Australia was precarious. They did not have the comfort of being able to fail. We were lucky, though, because we had 2 communities supporting us. The Chinese Lao Australian community. They were like my big extended family, because I always had a collection of aunts and uncles always watching over me. It's a resilient community too. We've had to be because we've spent 2 generations searching for a place to call home, and now we've finally found it. The second community who supported us was the mighty trade union movement. When my dad was injured at work, it was his union that stepped in to help negotiate a new role that would accommodate his injury. When the company my mum worked for went insolvent, it was her union that stepped in to make sure she got her entitlements. I want to thank the union movement. You stood by my parents when they came to this country, just as you stand with all working people who want a better life. I acknowledge and thank all the union representatives present in the gallery here tonight. During the campaign, I had the great privilege of meeting dedicated people who work to make our local area a community. I met Vicky Labinskis, who started up Let's Get Going because she wanted to ensure adults with disabilities were able to exercise in a fun and safe way. I met Paula Nicholas from St Macarius Charity. She gives people who are homeless dignity and respect by inviting them in for a hot meal and fellowship. I met the Wentworth Point Residents Action Group, a group of determined locals who got together to make their voices heard and advocate for local infrastructure in their community. These are people in Reid who looked around at what was and imagined what could be. They imagined a community where we were supporting each other, and I'm inspired by their example and am determined to continue their good work. Throughout my campaign, I had the support of volunteers who were committed to creating a better future for this country. They stood beside me and made me believe it was possible. They were my campaign community. It's thanks to them that I am the federal member for Reid. I want to pay tribute to the Australian Labor Party, a movement I joined when I was young and idealistic. I'm older now, but no less idealistic. To Kevin Rudd, Maxine McHugh, Jason Lee and Linda Volz, thanks for the frequent special guest appearances on the campaign trail. There are many in this House I have admired for so long that I now get to call you colleagues and friends. It brings me sheer delight. I want to thank the members for Watson, McMahon, Greenway, Chifley, Sydney, Kingsford Smith and Cowan for your support throughout the campaign. Thank you to Senators O'Neill and Shorten for your generous help. To Senator Wong, thank you, not just for your guidance, but for the leading example you have provided to me and so many others. And to my old boss, the member for Blaxland, you bring a level of decency, respect and empathy that I hope to emulate. To the Prime Minister, thank you for bringing compassion back into fashion. The audacity of this dream was only possible because of 3 people. They believed in me long before I believed in myself: Jodie McKay, Kirsten Andrews and Dom Offner. To the campaign team, Mitch Wright, Emma Ross, Ed Solomon, Louise Tran, Jacqueline Price, Philip Kim, John McManus and LJ Margate, you were the engine room of this campaign, making it all possible. To Greg and Felicity Davis, Karen Pensabini, Kim Raleigh, Jackie Thorburn, Tom Hoare, Susan Yates, thank you for looking out for me and for your continuing support. To all the wonderful women associated with Asian Women at Work, particularly their drumming group and the Sydney Chinese Drumming Arts Troupe, thank you for helping me connect with my community. To all my Labor family in local government, our mayors and councillors, to all the branch secretaries, presidents, local branch members and volunteers, you kept the light on the hill shining brightly. I will carry that passion for a better tomorrow with me every day. I'm lucky to have an incredible family. My brother Law, sister-in-law Sharon and niece Hagan. It has been such a comfort knowing you're always there for us. To my parents-in-law, Shaonan and Jian, thank you for your continuing support and love. To my parents, Pet and Sipan, for the sacrifices you have made, the love you give and the inspiration you have provided. Thank you. To the 2 people who have been my biggest cheerleaders in life, my husband Rui and my son Max, You are my reason for being, and I love you both. I want to dedicate my first speech to my Ama, my maternal grandmother. She was the most remarkable woman. Ama was a widower and a single mother of 8. She had to uproot her life twice, first China to Laos and then Laos to Australia. I think about her often because so much of her life happened to her. She had very few choices. She didn't get to choose a career or even where to live. And the last photo I have with her is on the dance floor at my wedding in Laos. Ama stayed on in Laos after the wedding, choosing to spend her final years there. It was one of the few choices she had an opportunity to make. It's because of her and the sacrifices she has made that my life was possible, where a world of opportunities has been unlocked for me. I have been able to make choices about what I want to study, what career I want to pursue, and the choice to stand for Parliament. While we still have some ways to go before we achieve gender equality, when I think about how different my life is compared to Ama's, I know we're on the right path. If my Ama was with us today, I think she would have been astounded, but very proud too.
Order. While the chamber is still recognising the member for Reid's first speech, I'd like to bring to attention of the House that in the Speaker's Gallery currently we have the former Speaker of the Parliament, the Honourable Leo Macleay, former member for Watson and Grayndler. Order while members resume their seats. Before I call the honourable member for Swan, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend them the usual courtesies. And I give the call to the member for Swan.
Okay. I second the motion. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Congratulations on your election as the Speaker for the 47th Parliament. I stand on the lands of the Ngunnawal people and the Ngambri people to speak about my community of Swan, which sits on the lands of the Bilu people of the Wajak Noongar Nation. Swan is surrounded by the Durbal Yarragon, the Swan River, and the Dalyal Bulya, the Canning River. It is stunning country. The legend is that the river was created by giant serpents who also created Buja, Mort and Katajan, meaning country, family and knowledge. It's astounding that we have the oldest continuous culture right here. Australia's connection to country, family and knowledge will be critical to help us navigate our future. Building cuppy houses in the bush and chasing lizards in the red dirt, that's how I grew up. I was born in Kalgoorlie and grew up in Campbell, a nickel mining town. My dad, Joe, was a metal worker, my mum, Ethel, a lollipop lady and kindergarten cleaner. Campbell had the best of everything. Nearly everyone's parents were employed at the mine. It was a highly skilled and multicultural workforce. We had magnificent gum trees that traversed our front yards. For school camp fundraisers, we helped rehabilitate mines and planted trees. Mr Woolard, the environment manager, taught us that once you dug up the minerals, you put the topsoil back and you heal the land again. The calibre of teachers was phenomenal, in particular Elaine Wilson and Principal Anthony Beattie. They fostered curiosity, play, respect and a love of learning. In fact, my primary school teacher, Mrs Wilson, was my childhood role model. This smart, compassionate woman taught us about our world, the environment, self-belief, but most importantly, that one person can make a difference. Educators lay foundations for kids that are critical. Thank you for the tireless work you do. My story, my Australian story, would not be possible if it was not for a federal Labor government. When my Goan Indian parents went to the embassy in Kenya, they said to my dad, "You have the right skills, but you're the wrong colour." This, of course, was because we still had the White Australia policy in place. My parents came to Australia after Gough Whitlam dismantled the last parts of the White Australia policy. This story taught me two things. Politics is personal and politics can transform lives. Having a dad who's a fitter and turner meant that I got to get on the tools from a young age. Knowing how to fix a leaky tap or change a car tyre are useful lifelong skills. I also loved science and maths, so for me it was natural to study science and engineering at uni. Now I want the number of women working in science, technology, engineering and maths to grow, and this starts in childhood. Give girls Legos to build those building blocks, hand a girl a spanner and encourage them to use a telescope to reach for the stars. Curtin University in the heart of Swan is where I studied chemistry and chemical engineering. I loved Curtin. Like you do in the country, you get involved in community, and for me, that was through the Curtin Student Guild and the National Union of Students. While Campbell taught me that one person can make a difference, the union movement taught me that collectively we can achieve so much more together. My Australian Labor students' comrades taught me about inclusion, fairness, equality and what leadership looks like. And these are skills that I used in corporate Australia, because empowering others to achieve their full potential is something that we should all be striving to do. This time taught me that unions and bosses don't have to always fight. Often the Guild and the university's goals aligned. Yes, the Vice-Chancellor and I disagreed on some things, but when we worked together, we achieved better outcomes. In fact, in a sign of strength of this relationship, Patrick Gorman's Curtin Student Guild ended up naming a bar after Vice-Chancellor Lance Toomey. Despite the dizzying heights Lance had reached in his academic world, he explained that this would have been his dad's proudest moment. Following on from this, I'm excited about the prospect of businesses, universities, governments and education providers and unions coming together through the Jobs and Skills Australia body. Together, we can solve wicked problems of our time. I'd also like to extend this willingness to collaborate with my colleagues across the floor. Let's imagine Australia in the year 2100 and create a legacy which future generations can be proud of. Steel cap boots on a mine site. That's how I started my career. A resources job is a typical career for those that live in Swan. My boss, Tim McDougall, had faith in me and helped build my foundational skills. I relished the opportunity to work with operators and tradies, though times have changed. My dad is from a generation of tradies who have less than 10 fingers. My dad has 9.5. Growing up, I remember reports of rockfalls underground. Kids would wonder, did my dad get hurt? Or worse, did he die? The mining industry has worked hard to change the safety culture. This has part been due to community expectations, union power, and a recognition that a safe workforce is a productive workforce. Safety trainers know that they are being effective when work practices are actually being practiced at home, not just the workplace. Another indicator of success is seeing that the least powerful person is empowered to speak up. As a graduate engineer on a construction site, I remember calling out an unsafe practice. The maintenance manager, Suresh Vadnagra, backed me and supported my concerns. At another time, this would not be the norm. This culture shift took decades, and the mining industry still has more work to do. But I have all my fingers, unlike my dad. In all workplaces, everyone has the right to go to work and come home safely. All workers deserve to have a workplace that is free from bullying and sexual harassment. I didn't experience too much sexism on site, but there were some pockets. Others have told me that politics is a blood sport and a Kalgoorlie girl who's made it in mining should be able to hack it in Parliament. It should not matter whether your workplace is a bar, a mine site or a parliament. Across Australia, we need to clean up our act. To the brave women and men who participated in the Set the Standard review, thank you. Please know that speaking up mattered and will make a difference. I sincerely hope that the pace of cultural change can be fast-tracked. To the 47th Parliament, we have a choice to raise the bar and create a new culture. Workplace culture can change. The people of Swan expect this. The people of Australia expect this. 12 years ago, I landed a dream job working in climate change. My colleagues, Brian Innes and Harriet Cater, took a punt on me. I combined my interpersonal skills and technical skills to help ASX 200 companies with their decarbonisation journeys. It was an exciting space to work in, but the policy environment was tough during the climate wars. During my career, the greatest emissions reductions were achieved when there was a Labor government in power. It was a time when economists, scientists and politicians worked together to solve wicked problems. After a decade of government inaction, some companies' investors began to lead the way again. I am proud of the track record in the West. At Goldfields, the Agnew mine site meets 85% of its energy needs from wind, solar and battery storage. Companies such as Wesfarmers, BHP, Rio Tinto and Northern Star, who I've worked with, have committed to net zero emissions. We have FMG investing in future energy with hydrogen. While I am proud of some parts of the resource sector, I must stress that this is not uniform. Smart companies are looking at their climate risks and opportunities over the next 3 decades. This includes looking at value chains and Scope 3 emissions. For us to achieve our goal of well below 2 degrees of warming, We need all sectors of the economy to pull their weight. It's important that we paint a picture of what our decarbonised future looks like. Jobs, jobs and jobs. And not just any job, good jobs, secure jobs, jobs that our kids can be proud of, jobs that will exist in the year 2100. Australia is rich in critical minerals that need to be used to build batteries, wind turbines and solar panels. We can rewire the nation and also power Australia for the future. We can become a renewable energy superpower. Australia needs to increase diversification, commercialisation and sophistication of our industry capability. In WA, we need to build beyond the resources boom and make our economy more resilient. We can do this by increasing our advanced manufacturing capability. We are a smart country. We have a history of innovation, ingenuity, particularly against the backdrop of harsh remote conditions. We saw disruptions to supply chains with COVID, unnatural disasters and the war. We need to be able to make things in Australia again, and in the West, we have the potential to become a battery powerhouse. Now, humour the engineer within me. To build a battery, it takes 6 steps. You mine the raw materials, you then process the minerals, you then manufacture the battery cells, you assemble it, install it, and then you maintain it. In Australia, we're on track to do all of these steps, except the manufacturing of cells. This is the value add step. We can build advanced manufacturing capability. Cathodes and anodes can be built in the West, and once we do this, we can look at the full life cycle and recycle components. We can invest in building this capability through our National Reconstruction Fund, and when WA is strong, Australia is strong. Yeah. Now let's remember what's at stake. Australia has been taking a battering. We've had parts of Sydney flooded 4 times in 18 months. Brisbane has experienced multiple catastrophic floods. We had the 2020 Black Summer bushfires. In my home state, we've seen fires in Baldivis, Warloo, the Great Southern and Denmark. With climate change, we will see an increase in the frequency and intensity of these events. We can't call these natural disasters anymore. Humankind has had a role to play. These are unnatural disasters. My friend Stephen Goldfinch has worked in disaster management for decades. He explained to me that when we look at disasters, people often assess devastation in terms of lives lost. Equally important is understanding how long it takes to rebuild the lives of those affected. Many tired Australians are currently living that reality right now. It's clear that we're at a stage where both climate adaptation and mitigation are required. But the less we mitigate, the more costly it will be for us to adapt. I know that Australian people step up in disasters. We support each other. We show resilience. But just like an elastic band, we should not stretch them to breaking point. It is critical that we get this transition right and that regional Australia has pathways to secure well-paid jobs. You see, I've been the daughter of a fitter and turner who was made redundant after 19 years of loyal service. This is because the nickel price tanked. At 56, my dad was shattered physically and mentally. My dad became the breadwinner of his family at 16 and helped bring up his 6 brothers and sisters. My dad is a strong man, tough as nails, but losing his job broke my dad. It was worse than losing a finger. This was his identity. I hadn't seen my dad cry until then. Dad would say, "I'm sorry I have failed you." "Dad, you didn't fail me. The system failed us." In the climate action space, we talk about stranded assets. These are assets that have been prematurely written off. My dad felt like he had been written off. If we are not careful, we will not only have stranded assets, but we will have stranded people too. Investment markets move quickly. I know that firsthand. A disruptive exit out of carbon-intensive industries will hurt Australia. So yes, I want strong action on climate change, but I also want a just and orderly transition. I'm a proud country girl who lives in the city, in the heart of Swan. We can get the transition right for regional and metropolitan Australia. Yeah. Let's create jobs for the future. Climate action is good for people, the community, the environment and the economy. The triple bottom line is core business. We've had the climate election, the climate war is over, climate ambition is back. Now, who would guess that someone like me would be elected as the member for Swan? I stand here as the child of Goan Indian parents, Kalgoorlie girl, Swan local, mum, a lady with an unusual first name and long surname, climate change specialist, engineer. I'd like to shout out to the STEM professionals. You have been some of the rock stars of our time, whether that be medical scientists developing vaccines, tech experts helping us stay virtually connected, or engineers helping keep the lights on. Evidence-based decision-making will help steer our country in the right direction. There is a place for STEM professionals in all decision-making bodies, including our federal parliament. We use systems thinking, love root cause analysis, problem solving, obsess over efficiencies and have a continuous improvement mindset. I hope to use these skills to unleash the potential of our nation. Swan is rich in diversity. 45% of people in Swan were born overseas and nearly 2/3 of people have one or more parent born overseas. I am proudly Australian with Goan Indian heritage. This is the most multicultural parliament we've had in history. This is what modern Australia looks like. Yeah. Well, almost. This is not the high water mark. The public has spoken. They want to see a parliament that reflects their community. Multicultural Australia can make a tremendous contribution to our society. Let's think about it. Why would someone rip themselves away from their family and friends and move to another country? This lies in Budja, Mort and Katajan, meaning country, family and knowledge. A beautiful land with a good job to put food on the table and have a roof over your head and have access to universal healthcare and access to education. To Multicultural Australia, you belong here. But we have more work to do, especially for our First Nations people. To those with power and privilege, we must use that to dismantle casual and institutional racism. It's about a fair go. As Kay Miller, an old family friend, would say, "Love, our blood's the same colour on the inside." Implementing the Uluru Statement of the Heart will be an important step to do this. We need voice, treaty and truth-telling. Multicultural Australia is a shared story. When my dad came to Australia, he came across alone. He worked at Mount Charlotte in Kalgoorlie for a bloke called Bob Martin. When Mum and my sister rocked up to Cal, there was nowhere for them to stay. Accommodation was only for single men, not families. Dad's boss, Bob, saw the look of worry in my dad's eyes and quizzed him. Dad explained the situation. Bob was like, "No worries, they can stay with me and Sally." Not only did this act form a long-life friendship, their daughter Debbie is my godmother, this generous act also inextricably tied us to Australia forever. It showed us how belonging and inclusion builds a new home. It's called mateship. The day before the election, I cried with anticipation on the prospect of the Murrappumpkin family being reunited with their Billawheeler family. This spirit lives strong today. I'd like to begin thank yous by acknowledging the former member for Swan, Stephen Irons, including his work with the Forgotten Australians and his bipartisan support for the Rudd government's Migrant Children Apology. Success in Swan is not something that I own. It's an achievement that's been carried by hundreds of volunteers and supporters who gave their time and all money. Together, we knocked on 45,000 doors. We had people of different faiths, gender, sexuality and ages. To all the volunteers, thank you, including Christine Miller, Rosalind Hackshaw, Adam Dusty, Ali Rad, Alison McIntyre, Antoine Gerardo, Anne Sippy, Brendan Jackson, Bridie O'Neill, Danny Simotos, Daniel Roden, Di Mulroy, Francine Allen, Gabrielle Newman, Georgina Wilson, Helen Creed, Gillian Ferguson, John Eaton, Julie Rose, Lewis Chiart, Linda Pickering, Margaret O'Donnell, Mitchell Affleck, Rebecca Thompson, Ros Siltburn, Trish Harris and Warwick Broadman. There was a lot of volunteers, and there were more. To my campaign team, you are incredibly talented. Thank you, Sally Talbot, Dennis Lidlow, Darcy Gunning, Clara Andrick, Jamie Page, Sam Peary, Catherine Whiteley, Shudia Fogel, Nikki Slevin, Zoe Carter, Tom Wolfe, Claudia Package, David Scaife, Brock Oswald, Kirsty Garinge, Beck Mitch, Alana Closey and Phil O'Donoghue. You ran a fun, positive, well-coordinated campaign. Also thanks to my supporters, Vaz Pollard, Ahal Long, Mr. Lai, also, Peter Mann, Raj Selvendra and Daniel Smith. To my federal colleagues, including Senator Louise Pratt and Member for Perth, Patrick Gorman, and every Labor Shadow Minister and now Minister who campaigned for our cause in Swan. Also to Senator Sue Lyons on becoming the first female Labor President, and thanks to my state colleagues, Cassie Rowe, Jeff Baker, Hannah Beasley, Stephen Price, Bill Johnston, Stephen Dawson, Dr Jaggs and Premier Mark McGowan. Our National Secretary, Paul Erickson, our former State Secretary, Tim Picton, and our current State Secretary, Ellie Whittaker, Henny Smith and the WA Labor team. You ran an incredible campaign. To the union movement, including Steve McCartney, Alex Cassie, the AMWU, Waynes Wood and the ASU, the CPSU, the CFMEU, the CSU, Owen Whittle and Unions WA. To my mum and dad, you sacrificed everything to come to Australia to give me and my sister Cleta a better life. Thank you for your belief in Australia. To my in-laws Jeff and Jenny and Auntie Carol and friends, thank you. It takes a village to raise a child and I love our village. To my husband Sam, thank you for your unwavering support. Our story is a Swan story. We fell in love at Curtin, we travelled the world, we felt like we won the lotto when we landed our home in East Vic Park. You are my rock. Thank you for stepping up and being a fantastic lead parent. Lead parenting is harder than being an MP. To my children, Lincoln and Felicity, I want you to know that I love you so much, and saying yes to becoming a FIFO mum was really hard. But I want a better future for all Australians, for all children, including you. I hope to make you proud. I hope to make the people of Swan proud. To Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, thank you for bringing us together and being a Prime Minister that I, my children and my electorate can believe in. Finally, to the people of Swan, thank you for putting your trust in me and Labor. I am so humbled and honoured. We will build a fair, just, prosperous nation on a livable planet. Sorry. This government will be the spark that leaves the light on for the whole of Australia. We will make tomorrow better. Yeah.
Whilst members take their seats, before I call the honourable member for Casey, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. And give the call to the member for Casey.
There is no greater honour, privilege or responsibility than representing your community and your family's home in federal parliament. Casey has been my family's home since 1953, when Antonino and Grazia Violi and their 6 children travelled halfway around the world, leaving behind their family and the safety of the known in search of a better life in Australia. They settled in the small country town of Sylvan and established a farm to support their family. I often reflect on my grandparents' story and try to imagine the courage and sacrifice it would have taken to make that journey and the hardships that they endured. It is a perspective that inspires me when I face challenges and reminds me to not only be grateful for my life, but the responsibility that I have to improve the lives of future generations. For my children, Lewis and Georgie, and now for Casey and the nation. I do not believe Nonno and Nonna could have imagined a world in which their grandson would be the federal member of parliament representing their new home. It is an example of the extraordinary democracy we have in Australia, that anyone, regardless of background, can become a member of parliament. My family's stories have shaped the person that I am today, and the deep love and connection that I have to the seat of Casey. I've been blessed to grow up in Yarra Glen and by our family home in Lilydale, surrounded by a community that supported me. When my parents separated, money was tight. While financially we went without, we were not short of love and support from our extended family and community. I still remember fondly receiving Sunday afternoon bread donations organised through our local church, and the anticipation of if that delivery would include sweet rolls. When they did, I do not think that a treat has ever tasted better. Spending time during the campaign packing hampers with local charity, the Philanthropic Collective, served as a potent reminder of the responsibility I hold now as the member of Casey to support our local charity and community organisations who support those in need. Being a teenager is challenging at the best of times. Navigating my parents' divorce and a challenging financial situation left me carrying wounds that took me years to realise I had and to heal. Looking back, I do not know where I would be today if not for the safe place I found through sport at the Hillsville Cricket Club and the Mooroolbark Soccer Club. They were my refuge where I could feel secure and find myself. In many of the communities of Casey, our sporting clubs are the heart of the town, providing a safe place and refuge for young men and women. It has been heartwarming to visit so many clubs, see that strong community spirit, and to have clubs actively driving mental health and wellness programs within their membership. There are too many stories to share here in this place about the amazing and special communities of Casey. It is these experiences that drive me every day to make sure I am a strong voice working for our community. Serving our community is the heart of my responsibility as an MP, and it is a responsibility I will hold in the esteem it deserves. If sport was my sanctuary, education was the foundation to create a life for myself and my family. I was fortunate that Mum sacrificed so I could receive a great education at Mount Lilydale Mercy College. This education provided the opportunity to study at university and was the pathway to starting my career at Yarra Valley Snack Foods. This experience underpins my belief that the crucial element to lift people out of poverty and build a better life for themselves and their communities is a strong education system. A system focused on delivering tangible education outcomes for students to set them up for long-term success and to provide parents with choice in their children's education. Over the last 20 years, governments have invested billions in education, with results going backwards. This is unacceptable, not only on a societal level, but most importantly, at the individual level. A robust education system focused on educational outcomes and opportunities is the foundation of our society and the individual. It needs to be the priority of government policy on education. My primary responsibility in this House is to make sure we are making the right decisions for the future so the communities of Casey and the nation continue to thrive and support each other. My belief, born out of my lived experience, is that a strong economy underpins a strong society. With both these elements, anything is possible. A secure economy is not just about delivering a balanced budget or economic growth, although these things are very important. It is about creating safety and opportunity for all. It allows governments to invest in the services that support Australians: childcare, health, education, defence, aged care, and many other needs for the betterment and protection of society. A secure economy will play a vital role in our journey to net zero, and we must protect society's most vulnerable by ensuring our energy system is secure, reliable and affordable. To sustainably deliver these programs, we need to acknowledge that the economy faces significant structural fiscal challenges that we cannot, as leaders, pass on to future generations. We need to undertake genuine, comprehensive and systematic reviews of both our tax system and our federation. These reviews need to ensure that we are driving efficiency in our spending and government responsibilities, while minimising the tax burden on Australians. These reviews cannot rule anything out before they start. They will need to form the basis of a national conversation on our direction as a country and how we tackle the challenges we face. Mr. Speaker, there are moments in your life that define the person you become. For me, that moment was February 7th, 2009, Black Saturday. It was the moment I went from a carefree young man, living like I would live forever, to understanding that the most precious gifts we have are life and time. The difference between Rachel and I being here today and being victims 174 and 175 was a matter of seconds and metres. Our story of Black Saturday is a story thousands of people who survived that day would understand. Why did we survive and not others? Words cannot do justice to how your view of the world changes when at 24 you stare death in the face and believe your life is over. You realise what is important. Time with our loved ones, time to make a difference, time to make an impact. By putting my hand up to serve the communities of Casey and the nation, I am trading time with my loved ones. This knowledge drives me every day in this role to take the tough decisions required to ensure that as a nation and in Casey, we prosper now and into the future. At this point, I want to acknowledge and thank the most important people in my life, my wife Rachel and my children Lewis and Georgie. Rachel, I know I would not be here today without you. You are the love of my life and my best friend. Your kind heart and care for others never ceases to amaze me. You inspire me to be better every day. Thank you for supporting me to chase this dream. I couldn't do this journey called life without you. Lewis and Georgie, I love you both more than you can know. I will carry you both and your generation in this house to ensure that we make the right decisions to allow you and your generation to flourish and chase the Australian dream like so many generations before you. From one of the darkest days in our community came anguish, despair and heartache. It created wounds that have never and will never heal. However, from this darkness rose a community spirit of love and generosity that is often found at the fabric of our nation. Not only locals, but the entire country rallied around our communities in Casey and Victoria impacted by the fires. I had the privilege of being part of this community spirit as we rallied to support each other in the days, months and years afterwards. This community spirit was called upon again in June 2021 when storms devastated the Dandenongs and large parts of Casey. While we were fortunate that no lives were lost, the storms destroyed many homes that have still not been rebuilt and left residents without power and communications for weeks and months. The recovery from the storms continues, and I stand with our community as we rebuild. In Casey, we need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to be prepared for when these disasters come again. We have started this process through our partnership with Yarra Ranges Council to deliver the Resilience Project. However, we can and must do more. This includes communications resilience, so vital in an emergency and everyday living. In the 21st century, reliable communications are an essential service and must be treated as such. As we undergo a digital revolution, new technology such as satellite communications opens up the possibility that every Australian, regardless of location, can access phone and internet. We must invest in technology to provide reliable access for the safety of our citizens. A working phone line can be the difference between life and death. Investment in satellite technology for regional and rural communities can also play a vital role in delivering productivity gains to the economy as the digital economy continues to grow and flourish. Having worked for the last 3 years in the digital economy, I understand the exciting opportunities that can be unlocked as we continue to embrace new technology. The digital economy creates new industries and jobs in its own right. But the true benefit of our transformation is the productivity gains that flow for all industries in the economy. It will allow tradies to more efficiently quote and invoice work. It will allow a farmer to monitor their crops with drones. These technologies not only unlock productivity growth, but enable workers and small business owners to chase their dream and, importantly, spend more time with their families. While there are exciting opportunities as we transform into a digital economy, it creates significant risk for us as a nation. A risk lawmakers have an obligation to mitigate through investing in our cybersecurity capabilities. This will be a challenge for all of government, as the pace of change in technology is not in sync with traditional government decision-making. We need to be agile and flexible. Having spent my career working in and with small business, I want to provide a voice in this place for small business. They truly are the engine room of the economy. Small business makes up 97% of all businesses in Australia and employs 4.7 million people. Every large business was once a small business, driving innovation, creating new products, unlocking new markets and new jobs. Small business creates opportunity and freedom for those prepared to risk their financial security to chase a dream. We must acknowledge and recognise that big business will naturally support regulation and red tape, which stifles small business to the detriment of competition. As a Liberal, I instinctively support free markets and the benefits they bring the economy and the nation. However, we must acknowledge the risk of dominant players in a market, which is detrimental to all Australians. For Australia to continue to prosper as a nation, we need to ensure our legislation supports the growth of small businesses and the digital economy. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that I do not stand here today without the support of so many people. Mum, one of my biggest regrets in life is that I did not appreciate what you did for us until I became a father. Thank you for your strength over so many years. I love you. I also want to thank my stepdad, Gordon, for the support you've provided to Mum and to our family over so many years. I want to thank and acknowledge my brothers and sisters, James, Emil, Michaela, Matthew and their partners, and my stepbrothers and sisters, David, Sarah, Jess and their partners. To my Uncle Sam Violi, the man responsible for my love of the Collingwood Football Club. Sorry. Too late. And he taught me what being a practical Liberal is all about. Marnie, Vicky and cousins Anthony, Vicky, Dom, Teresa, Marie, Francis and Mus, thank you for your ongoing support. To my favourite mother-in-law, Cheryl, thank you for always being there for us and supporting us through this journey. And to my aunts and uncle, Kerry and Barry, not only aunt and uncles to Rachel, but fantastic campaign people as well. I also want to acknowledge my friend and mentor, who is no longer with us, Fiona Ogilvie O'Donnell. I've been fortunate as a lifelong resident of Casey and a volunteer of the Liberal Party, to have a great example to follow in my friend and predecessor, Tony Smith. Not only does Tony leave behind an incredible legacy as the member for Casey, but his time as Speaker is a towering example of the integrity required and expected of a Member of Parliament. The example set by Tony, both in Casey and in this House, is one I am proud to follow and determined to match. To the Casey FEC, led by my campaign chair, Alistair Osborne, thank you for trusting me to represent you and supporting me during the campaign. I also want to thank from the campaign team Brian and Maria McCarthy, not only for your support during the campaign, but in all my time in the Liberal Party. I'm so glad you're here today. To Ben Zerby, Paul Maluso, Michael McKinnell, Gareth Ward, Florence Lindhouse, Tom Mysterium and Rocky Patasi, thank you for your support during the campaign. And to my state colleagues, Catherine Burnett-Wake, Bridget Valance and her husband Ben, Cindy McLeish and David Hodgett. I also want to thank my friends Frank Greenstein, Holly Byrne, Sean Armistead, Nick Thodos, Senator Jane Hume, Senator James Patterson and Josh Frydenberg for their support. Thank you to my colleagues for the warm welcome and for those ministers at the time who came and supported during the campaign. And my friends and new Victorian colleagues, Zoe McKenzie and Keith Wallahan. It is a unique journey stepping into the shoes of such well-respected and long-serving Liberal members as we did. And I was honoured to be able to share the campaign with you both, and I look forward to our next chapter in this House together. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as a nation we face significant challenges, but what nation has not throughout history? As a nation we have significant opportunities, like all nations. The question for us is, will we let circumstances define our future, or will we define the future? When my time representing the people of Casey ends, I hope to be remembered as a member who stayed connected to his community and delivered for his community. Someone who recognised the central challenges we have as a nation and played a constructive role in solving them for current and future generations. I want to be a member who pursues his convictions without wavering, while adjusting course when circumstances dictate. I want to be a leader who trusted individuals to make choices in their own lives. I want to be a member who upholds the dignity and honour of the role I am so privileged to hold. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I thank you for your indulgence. In finishing, I take the personal instructions of Roman Emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, who 2,000 years ago confided to his personal diary. Waste no more time talking about what a good politician should do. Just be one. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Goldstein, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the House for the opportunity to make this speech on the first day of our 47th Parliament. And thank you to the people of Goldstein. Thank you to those in our community who lifted me up. Without you, I wouldn't be standing here. I want to acknowledge our First Peoples and pay respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, and to the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation, on whose unceded lands Goldstein sits. In this, my first speech to the Parliament, I want to state my support, after consultation with the Bunurong people, for a First Nations voice in the Constitution. The voice for the First People will create a direct line of communication to and with this Parliament and is a crucial step towards self-determination. I am hopeful and honoured to be able to contribute to the establishment of a voice for the First People, a legacy that this Parliament can build. Yet there is more that we must do. The legacy of the 47th Parliament must include climate action for the long-term future of our country, greater integrity, safety and empowerment for women and girls. These are the concerns of our nation. A few days ago, one of these concerns was brought into sharp focus with the release of the State of the Environment report. Our country is burning and flooding, our waters polluting, our trees dwindling, our very earth is wasting away. But the report gives us a path back, which includes First Nations people, the first guardians of country. It's time to act. My job now will be to hold the government to account for dramatically improved climate policy and targets, backed by the best science that we have, a timely, planned and just transition to renewable energy. The government's carbon emission target, 43% by 2030, must be enshrined in law as a floor, not a ceiling. We must have clear mechanisms to keep all of us, each of us, accountable to achieving net zero by 2050, if not before. Even 2040 would not be a moment too soon. This will give certainty to business, and if we're swift and purposeful, will help keep the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. I would say that I appreciate the good faith the government has demonstrated to date in making changes to improve the legislation. So far, so good. This kind of collaboration is what the Goldstein community wants, and it's one of the fundamental reasons that I stand here in this Parliament. Because the State of the Environment report tells us we must not delay. The facts are before us. Ending the climate wars requires courage and ambition beyond politics. Deception, fear and division must end. We have an opportunity in this Parliament to go forward, and to go forward together. I stand here today because of the life I've led so far and the impact of my experiences, the things I've seen, the people I've met, the stories I've heard and told, and a desire to contribute. The release last week of the State of the Environment report made it clear to me, and I know for all of us, that we must act urgently and effectively to save our lands and our planet. Now, I grew up in Tassie, but I was born in Essendon, and unlike the member for Casey, I'm an Essendon supporter, thanks to Dad, who played for the Bombers at the time. My father, also a teacher, instilled in me a deep ethical framework and a competitive determination befitting a footballer's kid. My mother, a hairdresser and then a social worker, who supported women escaping domestic violence and later worked in Indigenous communities and in the Middle East, gave me empathy and, I think, strength in adversity. My father's experience as a state Labor candidate in Tasmania put me off party politics for life. Sorry. It was a murky mess of factionalism and dark political tactics, casting no aspersions. But just as my mother taught me to listen and to feel, my father has always pushed me to push myself and to strive to have impact. I'm here from our community, but also because of my family, Rowan, my husband, and our children Archie and Pearl, who, when we talked as a family about me standing for election, said, "You have to do something for us, Mum. someone has to do something for us. And Rowan, initially not keen because politics can be a nasty business, especially for women, has been so inspired by the community around us and the movement that we all created together. Like his own work in international development, it was a community working together for good. So many Australians do that, volunteering at the Surf Lifesaving Club, running the canteen at the local school, reading in classrooms, coaching junior sport, cooking a barbecue at Bunnings, those who dropped off food packs to strangers during our many Melbourne lockdowns, and the people who share their houses after floods and fires. Our parliament can and should reflect that sense of community and the concerns of our communities across our diverse nation. In late 2013, I landed on a military cargo plane in the devastated Tacloban city after the superstorm Typhoon Haiyan had swept across the central Philippines. As a journalist and foreign correspondent, I have seen all manner of climate-related disasters. Nothing before or since compares to those scenes in Tacloban. Flattened by a storm surge that destroyed 90% of the city, bodies in the streets, cars in trees, giant boats atop buildings, and amid the rubble, the shattered lives of residents. This event was a turning point for me, a realisation of the impact climate change and its increasingly unmanageable weather events would have on communities. It's not the only reference point. I've waded through floods in northern New South Wales, Thailand and elsewhere in Southeast Asia, seen the melting permafrost in the Arctic and the animals and people scrabbling for survival as the environment morphs right under their feet, reported on the aftermath of cyclones in the Pacific, hurricanes in the US, bushfires in Australia and California. In late 2019, I met former Australian Fire Chief Greg Mullins on the fire ground amid bushfires in California. He and others had spent months making calls and writing letters trying to get a meeting with the former government to warn them to prepare for a black summer ahead. They were ignored. And during that summer of 2019-2020, like all Australians, I watched horrified as those predicted fires came, changing communities forever, killing and displacing billions of animals and burning through our precious landscape. Enough waiting, enough obfuscating. The impacts of these floods, fires and storms have become too much, too frequent to continue to do too little. So I especially want to thank my family for supporting me as I stand here today, wanting to do more. Rowan, Archie and Pearl, the three of you know better than anyone that I'm innately an introvert, happiest just pottering in the garden or having a quiet swim in the ocean and being with my family. But you also know why we must do this together. It's because it's time to be fierce and to be brave, to represent community, to make hard decisions, yet to lead with optimism. Be the change you want to see. That's what we tell our children. Remember, Archie, when Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement in 2017, you said to me, "No one is doing anything. It'll be too late. Why isn't anyone doing anything?" As a parent, it was a helpless moment. I remember saying, "I can't do anything about that." Well, now is my chance, our chance to do something about climate, about transforming our economy amid a huge opportunity, a renewables revolution, and about restoring public trust in leadership. It's about grasping this opportunity that a pandemic delivered us. It has had and continues to have so many terrible impacts, but it's also reminded us what community is about and what we can achieve when we come together. This is what the people of Goldstone have realised, and that's why our community has propelled an independent candidate into this House. A movement mobilised to put me in this seat in this place. A movement that wants reasoned discussion and collaboration to solve the big challenges of our time. I acknowledge my fellow community independents and your communities. We've been put in these seats for similar reasons by people who want honesty, sincerity and guts from their representatives. Back in the days before I was a foreign correspondent, I was a rural journalist and a presenter of the Country Hour on the ABC. And the ABC, by the way, is a critical service that connects Australians in good times and in crises and must be funded to reflect its value to communities across the nation. As a teller of Australian stories, as a connection between us and the world, and as an emergency broadcaster. I grew up as a horsey kid in Tassie, so being a rural reporter stomping around on farms was a natural fit for me. And that was when I met the energetic whirlwind Cathy McGowan. She was involved with Australian Women in Agriculture, and we met on a study trip to the US that ended with a major conference in Washington, DC. I was in my mid-20s, and it was my first trip overseas. Years later, after several foreign postings, and having returned from 4 years in Washington covering the Trump presidency, Cathy sent me a note. "I think you'd make a great MP." In Cathy's first speech in 2013, she introduced this place to Voices for Indi and to the power of a rural community to reinvent itself. They were her exact words. Now it's urban Goldstein's time for reinvention through its own Voices movement. For more than 100 years, Balaclava, now the electorate of Goldstein, had voted for men from the conservative side of politics. But in 2022, Goldstein found its independent voice, a woman at that. You'll note that I'm not wearing teal tonight. Purple and white were the colours worn by suffragists like Vida Goldstein, after whom Goldstein is named. Vida was a peace advocate, activist, politician, and as owner and editor of Women's Sphere, a journalist, like myself. She was the first woman in the Western world to stand for a national parliament. Vida Goldstein also rejected party politics. "I ask you to vote for me because I'm not a member of a political party," she told voters early last century. "Study has convinced me that party government is a system that is entirely out of date. It's a cumbersome, unbusinesslike method of running the country." Vida, unfortunately, made 5 unsuccessful attempts to get elected to the House and the Senate. And it took Australia 40 years from federation to elect, finally, a woman to federal parliament. In this, our 47th parliament, women make up about 40%, the highest proportion on record, and that includes 19 first-term MPs. I am one, as the new member for Goldstein in Vida's name. I'd like to take a moment to recognise Tim Wilson, my predecessor, for his 6 years of service to our community, which threads Bayside Melbourne from Elstonwick to Beaumaris, inland into Cheltenham, Bentley, Hyatt, Garden Vale, Ormond, McKinnon, Glen Huntly and Caulfield South. Our community is diverse, culturally and religiously varied, established, highly educated in parts, green parks, Blue Bay, old and young, using our magic bush trails, all kinds of footy, netball, cricket, cyclists, a lot of lycra. But we're not a community devoid of problems. Goldstein has housing stress and homelessness, small business struggling to recover from the pandemic, people struggling to navigate aged care and the NDIS, and serious youth mental health issues. Yet it's a place where you'll find the Chatty Cafe program that brings people together to simply have a sandwich and a cup of tea and talk, where you'll find life-saving clubs and bay swimmers from Brighton to Blackrock to Beaumaris who chose to swim in the freezing waters of Bayside Melbourne, even on dark winter mornings, for health and connection. You'll find a group of people looking to secure hope for the future. The very first member for Goldstein, Ian McPhee, a long-standing member of the Liberal Party, generously endorsed me during my campaign. In his own first speech, Ian McPhee said he would endeavour to serve all constituents to the best of his ability and to make a contribution to national policy formation. At the time he said, "It seems to be a fact of life that parliamentarians, the principal lawmakers, are not held in high regard by those whom they serve. I anticipate that during my political life expectancy in this parliament," he said,
the parliament's greatest problem may well be to raise its own standing in the eyes of the community. We're still not there. In fact, I would contend that the situation has worsened since Ian framed that speech. But it's also my goal, and the goal of all of us in this parliament, I believe, to behave and to deliver in a way which makes our nation proud. Because along with my deep concerns about lack of action on climate, sit my observations about the fragmentation of truth and trust and the danger that poses to our democracy and the future of our communities and our children. Authoritarianism, populism, disinformation and vast conspiracy theories have flourished in recent years in a volatile world. Social media has been used by Donald Trump and others like him to sow doubt on the integrity of elections. As we've heard in the evidence about the shocking events of January 6, 2021, those who stormed the US Capitol thought they were protecting democracy. Instead, they were deceived and manipulated. Without trust in policy and leadership, without integrity and good governance, we cannot function as a society. When facts become just a matter of opinion, we have a problem. It is our responsibility in this parliament to rebuild that trust. And I would suggest that my former colleagues in the press could also reflect on their own behaviour. To be honest, I had little interest in becoming a politician. After years of covering politics, I knew what it was. And when my old university friend Angela Pippos called me last year and said, "Are you sitting down? And would I be interested in running for Parliament with the support of community group Voices of Goldstein?" my first response was, "No way." Yet here I am. And I thank the Voices of Goldstein for your trust. I didn't take the regular pathway to politics. I have never signed up to a party or a particular ideology. When you've spent your life as a journalist, you create distance from the parties, and I've always been a swinging voter. I've spent much of my career so far talking to people with very different political views to mine. I've learnt to consider how people are affected very differently by events and circumstances. So while over the years I've voted according to leadership, ethos, policies, it was only when the idea of running as an independent was presented to me as a realistic option that I thought, this is a way of actually stepping in, stepping up to the table and having an impact without having to pick a side. This community crossbench, I believe, is ready to work with government to make change. Our community said this is what matters: climate, integrity, gender equality, safety for women and girls. There's more: fixing healthcare, aged care and the NDIS, humane refugee policies, tax reform and affordable housing. We must return to collaborative politics to make these changes, and it must happen now. Because while all of our futures are at stake, it's our young people who will pay the price for continued inaction, continued self-interest, the continued absence of vision. To our young people, our kids, our babies, I'm sorry. Sorry that your generation is going to pay the price for the failure of those who've come before you, for failing to make government take the action we need to future-proof our nation and the globe from the devastating impact of climate change on your lives and those of your children. I know that when you see things like the latest shocking State of the Environment report, you ask, why aren't we reacting? Who's going to make the hard decisions? With all of this in mind, I step into this place, into the room where it happens, with determination, but also with optimism, with the opportunity to look forward to what we can achieve. Australia has a chance to lead and to take our place in the world as a nation of innovation. In doing so, we must implement an effective integrity system, a corruption commission, transparency of political donations and ministerial diaries, whistleblower protection and truth in political advertising. And we must hold the government to account on safety and economic empowerment of women and girls. We must value the care economy, to revalue the contribution that women make. Let us shift the focus from hard infrastructure like roads and bridges to hospitals and schools, and give women and girls their best opportunity to participate in the economy, taking into account their multiple competing priorities. Higher productivity is critical and timely. Universal, cheap and flexible childcare is central to this, to cater for women working fragmented shifts. Independents have a special place in this parliament. Unfettered by party lines, we can and will speak up. We have a special role in our communities as listeners and then as a direct voice in this place. If we as leaders don't listen, learn and carry our communities forward with us, we will see more people vulnerable to disinformation, to conspiracy. We must provide policy, stability, hope and a roadmap to follow. During my campaign, I borrowed a phrase, its origins with the Jewish elder Hillel, later adapted by JFK. If not us, who? If not now, when? Our when is now. It starts today. It's time to act. Thank you, Goldstein, for your trust, and I ask you and all Australians to hold me to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for Goldstein and give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. In moving the adjournment of the debate, I think it's fair to say 4 extraordinary speeches from thoroughly decent individuals, and it augurs very well for the 47th Parliament. In saying that, I'll move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of the opinion say aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is, those of the opinion of the ayes. The question is, all of those of the opinion say aye. To the contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.